eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. This is the 2021 edition after one whole year off because of the COVID, and we are in action very quickly here at Indy. I'm David Freiberger, the former editor of Hot Rod Magazine and the guy you'll currently see on TV shows like Roadkill and Engine Masters. And I am hosting this entire week here. And today it is the home of the NHRA US Nationals that happened here just 2 weeks ago. And now we've got about 300 drag racers who have driven their cars from track to track that are going to be running down here. I have a whole bunch of information about the things that went on yesterday. I've got news for you. I have car counts. I've got new records. I've got close class races. But first, we are going right into action. Cars going down the track. Here comes our very first. Iski Cams is the official cam and lifter of Drag Week. We've also got Mothers, who is presenting the live feed that we've got going on here. Holly NOS, they've got nitrous that they're filling for everybody, as they have for many, many years. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel does have racing gas and E85 and methanol here at the track if you're a racer looking for that. And we've got our first burnout happening. I've got no monitor, no copy link in here. I've got a little bit of technical difficulty going on in the tower here. I'll be right back at you. Folks here and on the live feed at home, we're working on getting me an announcer screen here so that I can pick up what's going down for ETs, and it looks like we just got that handled. As far as what happened yesterday, we had a brief day with a lot of cars going down track. We had 500 plus runs there at Norwalk yesterday, and then we hit the road, and many of these racers on the drive were able to miss the torrential downpour of rain. However, some of our fastest cars, they take longer to prep in the pits. They left late to run. However, we have other racers here in lanes. It's packing the lanes, including on the left-hand side. Rick Steinke. Steinke is running in that small block power adder class where you want to go 8500, and he just went 856 with a 3 at 150. That's not going to be good enough for him. He's currently second in class, and he told me he is going to run the wheels off this thing today until he gets that 8.500 to bump ahead. Delano on the left-hand side goes 1165, 113 as we swing back to the starting line, and we're looking at Matt Holdcat on the right-hand side. Right-hand side, that little silver Corvette that you can see during the burnout right now has got a 468 cubic inch LS engine in it. This is Glenn Sheely. You've seen him running later model Corvettes in earlier Drag Week events. He's out here with his dad. That is a 1962 Corvette, and it is pretty awesome. I was looking over it yesterday. I believe he ran a 9 on day 1 and then slowed down on day 2 and was into the 10s. Steve Felker's on the other side there in the 85 Chevy El Camino. The silver Corvette is going to go 629 at 110 to the 8th mile. And the quarter mile number, he's back in the nines with that car. 984 at 138.39 miles an hour. Felker on the left-hand side went 1284 at 103 in his El Camino. Hilbert Osborne there in the silver repaired after an incident crashing it in his own garage. Bill Schwartz is on the right-hand side, but it's the silver 55 that is boogieing down the track right now and running 1020 at 131. The Chevelle's having some issues going 1578 at 82 miles an hour. Daniel Austin has got a little stroked 340 in his 67 Barracuda. And on screen, we are looking at Dan Nissen. He is running the Trackhawk Grand Cherokee. The Cuda goes down at 1243 at 105, and the Grand Cherokee outruns him 1176 at 115. Jeff Gallagher on the left, David Burke on the right in the 79 Pontiac Le Mans. And for Burke, that ET is 10:14 at 131, while Gallagher on the left-hand side goes 12:29 at 113. As we swing over to Neil Jenks on the left-hand side in that turquoise 67 Dart with a 360 in it. He has been hunting all week for his very first 12-second time. He's been running in the 13 teens, I think, is his best. So have an eyeball on this thing and see if he achieves a personal goal. The right-hand side is David Soper. The Dart gets quicker and quicker, but misses that 12-second number. He goes 13:066 at 104.39. The right-hand side, 15:30 at 97 miles an hour. Chris Lewis on the right's got this 68 Dart that's got a low-deck stroker motor in it. I believe it's a 512. James Dressler is in the left-hand lane with that 99 Chevy Camaro. Dressler on the left goes 12:06 at 113, and the big block Dart 11:63 at 116. Next pair, Mean Dean Anderson on the left-hand side. He's got a turbo Chevy in his 78 Cutlass. And on the right-hand side, John Puckett has got a, there we go. He's got a 5-liter with a centrifugal on that Mercury Capri, and he's banging gears, or he should be. He's pulling over to the right-hand side with some issues. As Anderson goes through at 10:09, 143. As that car continues to clear track, here's some information about the car counts here. We started out with 341 cars. We had 14 out the very first day and 15 more out yesterday for a total of 29. I believe our current car count is 312. 312, but that does not account for the vehicles that did not make it here last night. Those are only the cars that we knew were telling us that they were not going to make it as of yesterday afternoon. There's more that probably broke down on the road last night, especially in that rain. Real sketchy driving some of these big tire cars out there in these downpours. It is just full-on hydroplane. We've seen cars make it along at just like 5 or 15 miles an hour in order to get here, parking under overpasses to avoid the rain, things like that. And once again, the cars here that are racing do have a concern if they did drive in that rain about water falling out of the rocker panels. And so we do encourage everybody to shake their car down, dry it off, and make sure that that is not happening. And I mention it over and over because it is an issue that we've had in the past. Catching up on some of the bigger news from Drag Week. Everybody's asking about Dave Schroeder, who's got that big Pro Mod looking Corvette. He did make it to the track yesterday. He is our current leader. He ran 6:52 at 2:02 on the first day, 6:54 at 2:10 on the second day, so he is still in the lead. Bryant Goldstone is currently second overall in Drag Week. He's also in the Unlimited class with that big AMC Javelin, the red car with the black across the hood. He struggled yesterday. He ran 6:79 the first day and then 7:12 the second day, so his average slowed down considerably. And then Joe Barry struggled even worse. That's that 56 Chevy running an Ultimate Iron. He went 7-0 the first day and only 884 the second day. And that means that the third overall position now falls to Michael Borgren in the Volvo station wagon that has run as quick at Drag Week as 716. Leads the line in his small block Barracuda, naturally aspirated combination, and Jared McGahan is in the right-hand side in the 2008 Pontiac G8. Lamb goes 10:58 at 124, and the nearly stock G8 runs 12:61 at 104.94. Second time that that car has competed in both One Lap of America and Hot Rod Drag Week. A Hot Rod class car on the left-hand side, a 28 Ford sedan. It's a Model A. Vincent Ippolito running in the Hot Rod class. And in the right-hand side, Matt Skelly has got the 2020 Mustang GT in the Gulf livery. Kelly in the Mustang goes 10:32, 137, and the Hot Rod runs 11:51 at 117. Jeff Butland is in the little Vega on the left-hand side, and on the right, that Plum Crazy Challenger is an original Dodge 1320 model, which is the one that they made that was for factory drag racing. A step down from the lead, a step up there for the Vega, doing a nice little wheel stand off the line, cutting a 139.60 foot time. The Vega goes to the 8th at 6:18 and out the back at 9:65 and 141. The Dodge 1320 edition runs 12:35 at 110 with its 6.4 liter Hemi power. Here comes another Challenger. Michael Sweeney on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, David Stewart is in the 49 Chevy. That is about the closest pair of reaction times I have seen at Drag Week. 2:48 versus 2:63. Neither one of them good, but at least similar. However, the Challenger is going to get out there way ahead, 11:89 at 114, while the old truck does 15:60 at 84 miles an hour. Greg Weigart is in the left-hand side, who I earlier confused with the whole Wiegand family that is here. It's a lot of WEIs and WIEs to get confused from a bunch of races. One of many corrections I'll have to make today on pronunciations. And Weigart goes 10-12 at 132 with a 68 Firebird. Brian Smith on the right-hand side also pulled over and moving slowly down the track. As we go through these delays, I'll bring you some other information about what's going on overall at Drag Week with some big news that we had in prior days. Yesterday, we saw a big move in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Richard Trunkett has got a 72 Duster turbo car that had run 865 on the first day, and then yesterday at Norwalk, he unloaded a pass that you could have measured on the Richter scale in that class. It was an 815 with a 7 at 173 miles an hour. He's clearly getting ahead on that class. However, the record in the class is from way back in, I believe, 2017, a big Monte Carlo driven by George Gallimore that went 749. So Trunkett is off that pace, but dominating his class currently in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. We saw a couple of cars yesterday that made a bunch of laps trying to get numbers better so that they can move ahead of their field in some classes that are very tight. In Super Street Big Block Naturally Aspirated, Steve Winningham was one of those racers. He's got that 81 black Mustang there. It's black and red on the nose. He made a whole bunch of laps, winning 9:05 on the first day, but slowing to 9:16 on the second day. He is still far behind Ed Enzer in the red Mustang with the big block Chevy in it that is running as quick as 8:39. But I like to give credit to these guys who are just giving it their all here at Drag Week to be as fast as they possibly can and putting a ton of laps on their cars. It's especially impressive when guys are running cars as quick as low 9s and in the 8s and just making 5, 6, 7 laps in a row. Getting news that there seems to be something broken in the rear end of the Mustang out there. We'll have to get something out there to drag him off track as we continue with the news from yesterday at Drag Week when we were running at Summit Motorsports Park in Norwalk. In Street Race Big Block Power Adder, Daryl Yost in a black 69 Chevelle is another guy who made a bunch of laps, 5, I believe. He is chasing Randy Bellahar, who's got that silver Firebird that's Pontiac powered, and Daryl Yost is just behind him. As far as the averages, how they landed yesterday, Bellahar 855 with a 5, Yost 867 with a 2. One of the closer races that we have this year. There are not a bunch of very, very tight races, but there is one that is brutal, and it's in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, and you're looking at a showdown for first and second place between Rick Steinke in the 4-door Chevelle, the honk when parts fall off, or if parts fall off, and Darren Trance, who's got that 2005 Mustang in blue. Those guys are trying to run 8.500. Currently, Trance has got the 8.509 average, and Rick Steinke the 8.512 average, so they are separated by 3 thou. Excuse me. Honk told me that they are running as much as they possibly can today to get an 8.500 number in order to get ahead in that class. So that's going to be a pair to watch as we continue today. There's actually a close race in B-Gas. 255 Chevys. Dominic Svacek and Cody Helger both have 55s. Dominic's going 1032. Cody's going 1039. I mention these to you now as you do not see these cars on track, simply to let you know that there's a lot of very tight races coming up and a lot of drama. We'll catch them on track and see how they run as we go. Speaking of all the rain that we saw yesterday and all of the action on track, I saw a post on Instagram that I thought just absolutely summed up what all of this is about. I'm going to go ahead and read that to you. This is from a racer in the Street Machine Eliminator class, so one of our slower cars. His name's Michael Whitney. He's got that 66 Chevy 2 station wagon. So listen to his sort of overview of what has happened to him so far. He says, day 2. The car is 1.4 seconds faster after a late night cam swap. Yes, people at Drag Week do things like swap cams in parking lots as they go. And in fact, he did improve from a 1420 to a 1286. He continues, 3 hours of sleep since Monday morning. I heard a quarter of the competitors already dropped out. That's actually inaccurate, but there you go. It's loud. Cruising speed is 65 miles an hour with race car exhaust. I'm plotting the mandated rural routes, and it requires constant attention. Everyone cheers everyone on. Wondering if we brought what we should need if we break it. The car is running good. No gas gauge. It took 13.8 gallons in its 14-gallon tank after passing countless of closed gas stations in the middle of the night. There's gas every 90 minutes. The power brakes are sketchy. Everything smells like 60s muscle car. The floor is 124 degrees. Windows down because race car AC. Wind noise is deafening, and I am loving every minute of it. Showing up every day feels like winning. Onward to day 3. If anything encapsulates what this event is all about, it is that. It is suffering, it is mechanical abuse, and is loving every single minute of it. And I like that we're getting posts like that even from some of our slowest cars in the Street Machine Eliminator class. Now you step up to a 6-second car or even a 9-second car, and imagine how that drama and suffering and difficulty continues, and you start to get an idea of why, instead of watching the live feed at home, you should probably be here racing Hot Rod Drag Week. I think we're pretty early. I'll answer some questions. Nah, because I need to be staring at the screen, so. Everything all right? Yeah. Okay. I'll set this one here on the stand. All right. Will you be able to pick me up on this wired mic? Yeah? As we continue with a little bit of downtime, I will answer some questions that are coming around here on our live feed, which is sponsored by Mother's Polishes, and we appreciate them very much. People on the live feed asking how many cars dropped out yesterday. It looks like our total cars dropped out so far. I mentioned it earlier, it's 29. We're 29 down. I believe we've got 312 cars racing here at Indy. Speaking of Indy, let's talk about this place. What a historic track. Starting with the fact that Drag Week has visited here multiple times. We've been here 2016, 2010, 2013, 2015, and way back in 2006. The thing that makes the 2006 visit on Drag Week really interesting is that we left from Cordova, I believe, and we got here and it was just pouring rain. And Drag Week was small enough at the time that we were able to gather all of the drivers and have a drivers meeting and say, do y'all want to race? And they said, yeah. And they're like, how about we drive back to Cordova and do it? And so that's exactly what we did. Everybody drove to Indy and then drove back to Cordova, and we kept racing instead of sitting out the rain. You know, this track first opened in 1960. It was a big project where they wanted to have a road race course and oval tracks, and it ended up being the drag strip that actually was opened first, and that sort of financially kept the place going in the very early years. And the big deal was that the NHRA Nationals first came here in 1961. It's now called the U.S. Nationals, and it's still happening. As a matter of fact, it was about 2 weeks ago. You know, the NHRA Nationals started in 1955 at Great Bend, Kansas, and it rained out, and they finished that event up in Phoenix. And then they moved the Nationals to Oklahoma City, and then to Detroit Dragway. I've actually got a great theory about how the NHRA Nationals happening at Detroit Dragway led directly to the creation of the muscle car. Maybe I'll give you that story later on. In 1961, they did move the U.S. Nationals here to Indy, and it has been here ever since. I have a photo from the Hot Rod Magazine archives of when this whole place was nothing but a bare farm field. And Tex Smith from Hot Rod is standing in a corner looking at a sign that says, "Future Home," of the, drag strip road course and so on. It was constructed with input from Wally Parks and the NHRA, and it has been owned by the NHRA since 1979. It's really amazing that the impact of this track here in the local Brownsburg community, because all of a sudden, all the professional race teams have their shops just up the road from here. The track is at 856 feet of physical elevation. And here's sort of a fun fact to know and tell. In 1972, a Fleetwood Mac concert was held here at the track. We were talking earlier with some of the guys here in the tower about the history of funny cars. NHRA did not have a funny car class until 1967. And the very first race that was won at the Nationals by funny car was right here in 1967, and it was Doug Thorley. Doug Thorley passed away at 92 years old in March of this year.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece, all on eBay Motors.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he loops it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
It is called the Hoopty World Championship. If you haven't seen that one, definitely check it out. It's a lot of fun. Also, Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew is a new deal. We also have Motor Mythbusters. And of course, my shows Roadkill, Roadkill Garage, and Engine Masters are on there regularly, as well as the other MotorTrend originals like Dirt Every Day, Hot Rod Garage, and so on. They've changed the schedule up a little bit, and I get a lot of questions. People are always asking, when's Roadkill Garage coming back? When's Engine Masters coming back? So here's kind of the program there. Roadkill still comes out once every 4 weeks. MotorTrend changed up the schedule for every other show so that they air in weekly blocks a couple times a year. For example, I believe that Roadkill Garage is coming back on October 27th, and at that point they'll run 6 or 7 episodes in a row weekly. And then there'll be another break of nearly half a year, and then they'll run the second half of the season in weekly chunks of 6 to 7 episodes. So we've got Engine Masters coming back here, I think, next week, and then Roadkill Garage October 27th. I get a lot of questions from the online people who are MotorTrend fans who want to know what's going on with that. So there's the program. And once again, if you are on the live feed chat sponsored by Mothers, I'm happy to go look at your questions that you're posting here and give them answers. We do appreciate comments about the live feed as well. One of them that I just saw is, wow, best audio yet. Yes, we've got the guys from Drag Racer TV here handling all of the live stream needs as well as audio, and they are tweaking the technical stuff as we go as quickly as they can and keeping us going. We really appreciate the work that they have been doing here this week. We've got cars running, and fairly soon they'll be running into the burnout box. Question about, is Joe Barry still running? Yes, as far as I know. Same answer for Dave Schroeder. I don't know if we've seen them here at the track yet. Amanda Busick is in the booth confirming to me that she has seen both of those cars here in the pits. So that is good news for us. We'd like to see some of our fastest cars be able to endure the drive. And they did, with a lot of rain last night. We know that Schroeder left very late. We know that Barry left Norwalk, Ohio just about half an hour before Schroeder. And therefore, we know that they drove through a lot of rain because we had to do the same thing. I know that Alex and Dennis Taylor were caught in that rain as well. They were doing a live feed from an underpass somewhere as they were not driving their car. The deal is, even if you run street tires on some of these wide tire cars, they've got so much contact area that they've got low contact pressure and they hydroplane badly. Looking at Ed Ensner here on the right-hand side with a JLo Engines big block in this thing. He set his class on its ear with an 839 pass earlier in the week. He's running Super Street big block, naturally aspirated, no power adder on this red Fox body. Scott Ressler is on the left-hand side with a maroon 79 Dodge D100. Ed ran that 839 the first day. He slowed down into the 850s yesterday. Ed is off with a 1:24 short time. 5:41 at 1:30 to the 8th, and he runs 8:44 at 155 miles an hour. Not quite at the 8:39 he was on day one, but an improvement from yesterday. Meanwhile, the 79 D100 on the left side goes 14:19 at 94.61 miles an hour. Moving on to Jason Bergeson on the left-hand side in the 84 Monte Carlo SS, and Matt Caramano on the right in the third gen. The Monte Carlo is on what appears to be another 8-second run here at Drag Week. Sure enough, 8:35 with a 4 at 162 miles an hour. In the right-hand side, 10:65 at 129. On the starting line right now, the live feed is getting a detailed shot of the 468 cubic inch big block in Mark Fisher's red 32 Ford truck. This is currently the leader of our hot rod class, running in the low 9s and begging for an 890. This guy won his class last year and is looking to do the same this time. He's currently in the lead. Michelle Berry on the right-hand side in the number 304. Fisher makes it to the 8th mile on that hot rod at 5:85. He's not going to get his 8-second time. Sure enough, 9:19 at 145 miles an hour. And the right-hand lane goes 11:73 with a 5. Left-hand side, 895 at 153 miles an hour. And David Arnold on the right-hand side, 1204, 111. Ben Hunter there. He's got his 2009 Pontiac G8, one of 2 G8s that we've got on property. That's Steve Lemieux pulling up in his 70 Pontiac GTO. They get off nearly side by side with nearly identical 60-foot times. By the time we get to the 8th mile, we've got the GTO pulling ahead, and he gets there at 11:86 at 117. Ben Hunter in the left-hand side, and that G8 goes 12:24 at 112. We're now looking at Joel Nystrom's Radical 31 Plymouth Hot Rod. This thing has got a stroked 392 Chrysler Hemi in it. It's up into the 480 cubic inch range. Yes, those are 8 2-barrel carburetors on this car. This guy also has crazy stuff like a Duesenberg, and he's restoring some Hemi race cars, but he loves to race. He came out here at Drag Week initially, I believe, with a 67 Hemi GTX, and now he is stroking gears on the T56 manual transmission in the hot rod. This thing has been running in the very low 10s, and he is, of course, looking to get into the 9s. That's Rudy Giuliani on the other side in the 66 Coronet. A little bit of a bog off the line there for Nystrom. That's not going to help him with his 154 60-foot time. The hot rod gets to the 8 at 6:83. 10:61, slowing down quite a bit for that car at 129 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the Coronet on the left-hand side goes 11:89 at 111. And here comes Pepsi Joe in the 408 small block Chevy powered Volkswagen Bug, running in the gasser category. And in the right-hand side, Kevin Jackson has got this legit steel, original Henry 32 Ford 5-window channeled over its 32 frame. He's running a small block Ford power plant in that thing, and he's taking his time getting off the line. Reaction time doesn't matter at Drag Week. Been telling that story all week long. Pepsi Joe is going to go to the 8th at 8:0. The quarter mile for the VW Bug with Chevy power is 14:29 at 76 miles an hour. And the little 32 Ford goes 14:55 at 93, right on pace of what we've been seeing from that car all week long. Hey racers, Impound is in lane 11, which is the lane closest to the track. Lane 11 for you Impound racers. If you're wondering about Impound, go see Keith Turk. Once again, car 157 is looking for that Moroso vacuum pump rebuild kit. If you have one, please go to the press room for Jason's number. Up here in the tower on the second floor, looking for a rebuild kit for a Moroso vacuum pump. And once again, racers, if you're a one-and-done guy, you've already made a pass and you're ready to hit the road, do not forget to hand in your time slip. Seth Linder on the left-hand side just went down 12.77. The right-hand side 13.84. As we're coming back to, got a wrong name on the screen, but I know that I'm looking at the 69 Helvedere. This is a Plymouth Belvedere that is loaded with Hellcat power. Bone stock Hellcat, he's been running in the 1060s. He's also made every single pass next to Phil Greatorex in the big block powered 70 Barracuda. That's the best pass we have seen yet for the Hellcat-powered Belvedere. 10:37 with an 9 at 131 miles an hour. And the CUDA goes 11:57 at 115. Swinging back to the pair of Jeff Straska, who's got a little Windsor in his 64 Ford Fairlane. Jeremy Heiser's in the left-hand side in the 91 Trans Am. Eighth mile numbers for the Trans Am, 7:51. For the Fairlane, 9:05. The Trans Am's quarter mile, 11:64 with a 7. And the Ford goes 13:89 at 101 miles an hour. Jeff Oppenheim here in the right-hand side in the El Camino's going against Damon Jaroslawski in that red 64 Chevy 2. Nosing in there is Oppenheim, who's been running his best ETs of his life in this particular car. He's run 9.0 the first 2 days. A past Spirit of Drag Week winner. The car that famously burned at the side of the road, but people got together and got it rewired and fixed for him and got him back here at Drag Week 2021, where again, he runs 9:04 at 147 miles an hour. The 64 Chevy 2 went 11:86. Corey Pant in that green 74 Plymouth Duster. He's running in Super Street small block, naturally aspirated. We're seeing a lot of the slower cars running in these classes this year. They've figured out that if they enter their slower car into a real class, they can run earlier in the day and hit the road earlier, like Hunter Corcoran here in the left-hand side. Hunter Corcoran's got an LS-powered Chevy Nova. Corey Pant making it happen at 10:39 at 125 miles an hour. And the LS Nova went 11:29 at 118. This Boss 302 Mustang here is a very low-mile original car. These guys had plans to run, I think, 1 or 2 different cars here at Drag Week, but at the last second, they couldn't get those done, as often happens. And they had this sitting in the garage, and they decided they were going to do it anyway. That's Steve Greider in the school bus yellow Boss Mustang. On the other side, the little S10 is Jonathan Hannes. Boss 302 goes 12.995 and the truck 13.10. Here comes a really important car to Drag Week. In the left-hand side, that silver second-gen Camaro, Jason Tabscott. He has been running with his small block, naturally aspirated car, absolutely flogging it. He is a 4-time winner in his class. And he's actually got a friendly rivalry with Kurt Johnson, running a small block in the Super Street class, whereas Tabscott is in the regular street race class. The small block in this thing is, I believe, a 427 with 15-degree heads. And he ran his very first 8-second time at Drag Week, meaning he had run 8s away from Drag Week, but in the past years he had only been in the 9.0s. But he did get into the 8s earlier this week. Talking about Tab Scott here in the silver car, and he's looking to do it again here. Yeah, it was day one at US 131 that Tab Scott went 8.966. He followed it up yesterday with a 9.023. So clearly what's on his mind is getting another 8. But right now we're going to look at Chris Goodnow in that 62 Chevy 2 as Tab Scott returns to the burnout box. All eyes on Tab Scott, lifting wheels out of the hole, going 128 to the 60-foot. The 8th mile number at 576 at 119 miles an hour, and he doesn't do it. He runs 905 at 149. Those 9.0 numbers are so frustrating when you're looking for the 899, but that's still going to keep him way in the lead in his class. Chris Goodnow on the right-hand side goes 1220 at 108. Eric Impton pulls in with his green 4th gen, and that's Jeff Lingenfelter in the Duster on the other side. Actually, the Duster in the computer, they're telling me it's a Duster. That is, in fact, a Dart Sport. Often confused body style. Some people don't realize that the Dart Sport model is the one that looks very much like that fastback Plymouth Duster. Eric Impton is out first in the Camaro. His 8th mile time, 7:74. And the Camaro goes 12:18 at 110. And the Dart Sport, 13:14 at 105. A modified, naturally aspirated car doing its burnout here on the right-hand lane. And on the other side, I believe we've got Daryl Yost. Sure enough, Daryl Yost there on the left-hand side. This thing is a big block with a Pro Charger and a little bit of nitrous on it. He put 5 laps on this thing, trying to improve his position in class. He's trying to run 850 with the black Chevelle, and he doesn't do it. 876 with a 9 at 159 miles an hour, kind of what we've seen from that car all day yesterday. And on the right-hand side, 1166 at 116. Racers, your time slips go back to the press room on the 2nd floor of the tower. Press room on the 2nd floor of the tower. This 55 Chevy, I was talking to these guys earlier, they have tried to make this thing absolutely legit to the 2-lane blacktop car, and I was busting their chops a little bit going, hey, I don't think these wheels are right, but I visited them in the pits earlier today and found out that they do have the correct looking wheels as their street tires, as he's laying down a fantastically entertaining burnout with this thing that does have a big block with a tunnel ram and a G-Force 5-speed in it. This car is running in our gasser class. They are in B gas, which is the lower end gas class, and it's been running in the low 10s. Cody Helger in that 55, and Courtney Goebel on the other side in the 84 Dodge Rampage. Banging gears in that 55 gasser as God intended. He gets to the 8th mile at 664. Out the back, 1041 at 130 miles an hour. The Rampage is still deciding what to do, and he arrives at his destination at a leisurely pace of 1739 at 78 miles an hour. Staging lanes are going to close at 9:15 for the first run session. Attention racers in the pits, first run is going to close lanes at 9:15. That is 15 minutes from now. So we're looking for you to get in lanes. Steve Winningham here in the black flamed Mustang is another guy who was making all kinds of laps yesterday trying to improve his time. He is second in class and looking to be number one. In the right-hand side, Mark Manor in the 70 Chevelle. Winningham's going to tear tires off the line, slowing his 60-foot to 156. He'll still run it down doing the best he can because you never know what you're going to break and if you're going to be able to get back. He goes 961 at 149 miles an hour. And Mark in the Chevelle runs 1034 at 132. Denise Cunneth in the right-hand side, Jim Forbes in the left. My announcer screen is advising me that that is Tom Bailey on the left-hand side. I will tell you that we've got some name and number mismatches going on. If I'm calling your incorrect name today, I apologize. I'm doing the best I can to remember every one of the 320 cars here, as Denise is going to pull over with trouble. And the altered wheelbase Nova that drove here from Arizona is going to run 1040 again at 129 miles an hour with the supercharged big block in that car. Jim Forbes is a past winner of the gas class back in the days before we had split the class into A gas and B gas. We've got a handful of white third-gen Pontiacs here this week. The one that we're looking at on the live feed on the starting line right now, or in the burnout box rather, I believe has actual Pontiac power. I think this is the one that's got a 400 cubic inch Pontiac V8 in it. It's Stephen Phillips. So once again, the 400 Pontiac-powered Pontiac in the right-hand side. And in the left-hand side, Christopher Poole in the 84 Olds Cutlass. And the Firebird runs 1251 at 111, and the left-hand lane with that Cutlass was 1381 at 97 miles an hour. As we swing over to the, I think, nitrous-scorted Buick Roadmaster here, and we are running a pair of these whale-bodied Caprices, or should I say Impala SS, in the left-hand lane. The wagon runs 1261 at 109, and the Impala SS 1244 at 110. In Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated, we have got 3 cars that are extremely close. Chris Roscoe, Darren Ambrose, and in the right-hand lane here, Guy Pritano in that black 68 Camaro. They're all running better than that. I don't think that's going down for Pritano right now with that slow 60-foot time. Sure enough, Pritano is a second off the pace at 10:07. At 147 miles an hour. Robert Baptista on the left-hand side went 10:55 at 126. Phil Tobin is in that blue 93 Corvette. And then the left-hand lane, Jeff Mall in the 4-door Nova. Phil Tobin in the Corvette, currently leading our modified naturally aspirated class. He's run 899 and 896 with a 7 the past 2 days. Jeff Mall here in the left-hand lane has been running with Hot Rod since way back in the days of the pump gas drags. Back then he had a big white 66 Chevy. I think it was an Impala rather than a Bel Air or Biscayne. That was an Impala. Big block with centrifugal supercharged power. There's Tobin in the Corvette hunting once again for a very high 8-second time. 890s is what he's been on pace, and there he goes slowing down to 922 at 148 as Mall has trouble and is going to roll slowly down the track in his 4-door Nova. Kevin Parton in the Nova is running in modified power adder. Right now, he is 4th in class. This car has run 875 and 869 in that butternut yellow Nova. Nelson Santos is on the left-hand side in the 99 Camaro. Kevin's going to go the 8th mile at 560 and the quarter mile 876 at 155 miles an hour. So that is just a little bit slow. It's a hun slow from what he did the very first day at 131. Chuck Ridenour's on the left-hand side in the black 68 Chevy 2. Marty Koster's in the right-hand side in the Monte Carlo. The Monte Carlo is a super street, small block, power adder car. Goes to the 8th mile at 6.14 seconds, 111 miles an hour, and 968 at 137. The Monte Carlo, 861 at 160 miles an hour. Sorry if I'm a little bit slow on the uptake here. I have been frantically trying to look up numbers by hand and look up car names and classes by hand here, as we've got some glitches going on the announcer screen. So this car on the right-hand side, this Lexus, is powered by a Turbo LS. That is David Williams. He has driven the thing from Florida all the way cross country and back before coming here to Drag Week. And the Lexus runs 1267 and 119. Joe Barstow on the other side, I don't believe that's a correct name, 897 at 150. Okay, we are looking for a racer in need 35 spline axle, 26.5 inches long for a Ford 9-inch with the standard big end on it. And that is John Puckett in the Capri with the stick. If you can help those guys, come on up here and we will put you together. All right, on the left-hand side of the 99 Dodge Dakota, the guy we have dubbed the Nooch. Bruce Woodward is in the right-hand side in that 93 Ford Mustang. Jonathan Nucha, the Nooch. The truck goes through at 1304.107. Bruce Woodward, 880 at 154. Jamie Jarvis in the left-hand side, running in the gasser category. Wade Gillett in the right-hand side. Stand out of Jarvis. It's going to be a double bouncer, putting on a show in that 55 Chevy. He goes all the way down 1333, coasting to 76 miles an hour after having that e-ticket ride. The right-hand side, 1414 at 97 miles an hour. This pair here, a Pontiac-powered Pontiac and a Chevy-powered AMC Hornet. Another one of those cars that was going for the record of the most possible laps yesterday. That Hornet just running around and around and around in the very, very low 13s. The left-hand lane, 12.005 at 112. And the Chevy-powered AMC, 1339 at 101. Josh Smith there in the rusty 79 Chevy Camaro. He is running in street race small block, naturally aspirated. Robert Ricci in the right-hand side in the orange Camaro. That car running in the same class. When we pair up cars in the same class like this, I wish racers would realize it and actually try and make a drag race out of it, cutting a reaction time, running side by side down track. That almost happened here, a 254 light in the left-hand lane and a 162 in the right. And the Camaro gets there first, the orange Camaro gets there first, 1075 at 125, and the left-hand lane rusty Camaro, 1121 at 120. Ed Schwartz in that white Nova goes 9:13 at 147. Lonnie Andazola in the right-hand side, 10:47 at 125. Tom Ressler's in that 98 Corvette. Jeff Sixt in the right-hand side in the Nova. Wrestler number 47 there, the Corvette, running in modified power adder. His past numbers have been in the 960s. He slows down a little bit to 973 at 144. Jeff in the Nova on the right-hand side, 1238 at 109. The important car for us here is in the left-hand lane, that blue 2005 Mustang. That is Dustin Trance. That is the car currently leading Street Race Small Block Power Adder. People on the live feed are looking at the right-hand lane, the teal 96 Camaro of Stephen Ellett. Now you're getting a look at Dustin Trance. This is the one who is in that big-time chase with Rick Steinke in the four-door sort of black and beat-up looking honk if parts fall off Chevelle. So what he's looking to run in this Mustang is 8.500, or as close as he can get. And he's off with a beautiful wheel stand, running to 60 feet at 1.33 seconds. Down. You can guarantee he will be back looking for that 850. The right-hand lane goes 925 at 149 miles an hour. Here in the left-hand lane, Justin Griswold. This is one of the cars that I've utterly failed on information. I had presumed earlier or announced earlier that the thing has an LS turbo in it. He describes that as a double negative. It is a Gen 1 small block Chevy on nitrous with a stick. As he leaves at a 1:31 short time, he's going to blast the 8th at 565. And 875 at 163 miles an hour out the back. The parachute out. The hot rod ran 1169 at 114. We've got just a little bit of track maintenance coming up, so I will make another call here for an axle that we're looking for. We need a 35 spline axle for a Ford 9-inch. It needs to be 26.5 inches long. It's got that standard big Torino type of axle end, and you want to find John Puckett in the black Capri. Go to the press room, and we can connect you with his numbers so that we can connect him with that axle. Racers, do not forget to turn in your time slips at the same place, second floor of the tower in the press room. This is eBay Motors powering Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We like to thank Holley through its nitrous oxide systems brand for being here for so many years, topping off our racers with nitrous oxide. Iski Racing Cams is the official cam and lifter of Hot Rod Drag Week. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, the official racing fuel, and they have been here since 2005, and this year they are happy to be able to announce that they have racing gasoline and E85 and methanol available at the track every single day. So when you go over to Rocket Brand to get your fuel, they will dispense it into your own container or directly into your car. They're not selling pails, but you can go see Rocket Brand and get all of the fuel that you need.
like it's about an hour away. And then we're so far behind everyone else. Yeah, that they can make me like what are we? Car? Yeah, car's there. Gotta get that. Now, it doesn't fit there. All that was okay. That's much better. Then it, violent.
Here's some stories from the road on what was going on after the racers left the track yesterday. As a reminder, we started off at US 131. Yesterday, we were at Norwalk, Ohio at Summit Motorsports Park, and we left there for a 289-mile drive on small farm roads all the way here to Indy. Here's some of the things that went down. Carl Stansel's been running an Unlimited with a little black S10 Blazer. He hit a deer. Unfortunately, Bambi did not make it. Yes, tragedy at Drag Week. Bambi did not make it. The truck, however, suffered just a little bit of a damage, and he is back in action. The Backyard Bandit is a Nova that you've seen running out here. It's sort of a yellow car, says Backyard Bandit on the side. He broke his power glide just rolling out of the front gate at the track. And what's funny is that he got a pull, and this is actually a legal Drag Week maneuver here, so that he's not getting thrown out for this, but he was in need to get across the street to a transmission shop, and there was a local city utility truck coming by, asked him what was going on, pulled out the strap, and pulled him like just across the block. So that was pretty cool. What was not cool is Joe Barry's action yesterday. Of course, we're talking about that Ultimate Iron 56 Chevy steel car. He has been running in Drag Week for a long time. He's gone as quick as high 690s. He started off this year with a 700. He radically slowed down yesterday, knocking him way out of the top 3, even top 5, 6, 7 quickest cars of the event. His problem was that he had put a hole in one of his race tires, and he had to switch off and run his street tires on the track, and that's what slowed him down so badly. He just could not get the thing locked up. I appreciate Kyle Loftus from 1320 Video for sharing that information with me. 1320 Video is here all week long covering Drag Week. You can follow them on Instagram or on YouTube. Of course, you want to do the same with Hot Rod Magazine and hotrod.com. Pulling up here on the right-hand side is the car that I've been telling you about that's in such a tight battle for the win in street race, small block power adder. Remember Trance in the 2005 Mustang just a minute ago who ran 890s, and I said he was looking for an 850? Well, this is his main competition, and he has promised me he will flog the wheels off of this thing until it goes 8.500 today. That's what it's going to take to win class here. Michael Whitney on the left-hand side is running in that Disco-era Nova. A 130 60-foot this time for Steinke, 547 and 853. So you will see that car back again because 853 is not 850. In the left-hand side, that Nova went 877 at 157 miles an hour. As we pull in Cheryl Kaiser there in the 28 Model A pickup truck running in our hot rod class. Just coming out here for fun. Scott Franks on the left-hand side in the rusty 67 Chevelle. I don't know why he's hanging out for 5.647 seconds. But he's going to get a nice view of Cheryl going through at 12:58 at 103, while the Chevelle runs 11:026 at 128 miles an hour. Robert Levins on the right-hand side in the 65 Chevy 2. He is running in our B gasser class. He's been running very low 13s. This time he pulled out a 1231 at 108. Matt Davis on the left-hand side went 1229 with a 2 at 109. Oh, I have to correct myself. Levins went 13:18 on the very first day, but then 12:42 on the second day. So what you just saw there was his best pass yet at drag week of 12:31. Now we're looking at the LS-powered 92 Mazda Miata. You see the number 1 on his windshield? That means he was miraculously the very first person to get registered for drag week last year. And then we invited all of last year's registrants into the 2021 race because we did not have a race in 2020. Steven Silvati is in the left-hand side in the 94 Ford Mustang. Lampier gets off to a 1:34 60-foot time in the little Miata. 5:51 to the 8th. And bam, 8:52 with a 6 at 159 miles an hour. Salvati on the left-hand side goes 9:06, also at 158 miles an hour. Chris Dake on the left-hand side in the 2010 Challenger. Eric Wiegand in the right-hand side. I'm sorry, I got to work out the Wiegans and the Wygants. Eric Wiegand in the right-hand side. He's here with 2 other family members running their Pontiacs out here. This one an 86 Pontiac Firebird. You're in the Challenger, bang gears down track to a 1049 at 141. Eric in the right-hand side went 1117 at 120. You see the track workers out here mopping up after all these cars. I think we have a lot of cars that are dropping water after being in the rain yesterday. So once again, do us a favor, get that water out of the car. Drive the thing around a little bit, shake it down, towel it off. I was talking to this guy with the Tempest earlier today. It's a 1962 model. It's got a 421 based engine in it that's actually 468 cubic inches. He's running in the gas category. and he's running 1149 at 114. On the left-hand side, the GTO goes 1191. Swinging back to the starting line, we've got Jay Grabiak in the left-hand side, Jeff Gallagher on the right. Grabiak goes 10:02 at 133, and on the right-hand side, 12:0 at 114. Neil Jenks there on the left-hand side, been looking for that 12-second time. He doesn't get it. He runs 13:10 at 104. In the right-hand lane, 13:29, 103. You'll excuse me if I'm silent for just a little bit up here in the tower, trying to work out a few technical difficulties so I can be more accurate about the names and cars and classes that we've got going down the track here. I do know that that's Mike Reichen out there in the right-hand lane that just had a disappointing start in his run down track, and neither one of these cars are going to get an ET. This wagon here on the left-hand side has been a huge hit so far at Drag Week just because it's so ridiculous. It's a 1975 Dodge Coronet wagon. It has a 489 cubic inch big block in the thing, running naturally aspirated. He was telling me yesterday he's been cruising down the road, no problem. He said he's never driven the car more than, a few miles here and there, and he had to go 250 miles 2 days in a row, seemingly having no difficulty with it. Eric Leatherman. The big wagon, 762 to the 8th mile and 1208 at 108 out the back. I believe that's his best number so far. Mark Kranz on the right-hand side goes 1134 at 119. Ross Galt is there in the 4-door 55 Chevy. You can see he's celebrating the homeland there with the kangaroo in the rear window of the car. As we continue to get water off the starting line, you can see the track worker there with a mop. This is a legit problem, everybody. Getting a lot of water on the track from the rain yesterday. Do what you can to solve that before you get to the starting line. Jim Weiser pulls up now in his 84 Monte Carlo. He's going to run against Ross Galt on the left side with that Crew Cab 55 Chevy. Weiser gets down at 1082, coasting to 96 miles an hour. On the left-hand side, that 4-door 55 Chevy went 1394, again coasting at 59 miles an hour. Matt Forbes in that flamed Camaro is running Grove Street naturally aspirated to the left-hand side. That is a plum crazy Dodge 1320 Challenger. Forbes goes 987 at 137 to the Challenger's 1196 at 114. Going by memory here, but I'm pretty sure that is the first time we've seen that purple car in the 11s. 1196 at 114. And I misspoke, that flamed Camaro is actually running naturally aspirated, not in the power adder class. Michael Sweeney in the right in that sublime 2020 Challenger. It is another 1320 car, I believe. Running with the 392 in it. And he goes way deep. That's not going to help him out at all. Cuts a 1.860 foot time in the Challenger. The Nova goes 136. The Nova in the left-hand side, 940 at 141 miles an hour. And the 1320 Challenger goes 1203 at 111. Alan Roberts seems to be pulling out of the burnout box there in his black Camaro. And in the right-hand side, we've got Tracy Grimm in the Oldsmobile. This General Lee clone here has got a 440 in it. I think it's got Holley Sniper, EFI, air conditioning, all the good stuff. The right-hand side, that Camaro that you're looking at, I visited with this morning. They've got a 427 small block with a lot of nitrous on that thing. He's running a modified power adder with a nice wheel stand out of the hole that leads to a 1:3:08 60-foot time and 5:89 at the 8th. The nitrous car goes 880 at 151 miles an hour. The General Lee did not get a time. Greg Weigart on the left-hand side. He's got the 68 Pontiac Firebird. That is John Powell with the 87 S10 on the right side. Folks watching on the live stream and also people listening to me here at the track, I apologize that I've got so much downtime. We're struggling here because the information in the CompuLink from the last time we were here in 2016 was not cleared out of the computer. Therefore, I've got a lot of car numbers that are mixed up with names and descriptions. And so unless I recognize the car and remember the name, I often do not know what's happening on track. We are working desperately to fix that, and I apologize if I do butcher your name and description as we go today. We are working on solving it, but you might hear me fumble. Hashtag not professional announcer. I do know that that's Christine Wiegand in the right-hand side in the Lucerne Blue 71 Pontiac Trans Am with a 455 in it. And I think that's Ronnie Santucci on the left-hand side with the purple 70 Plymouth Duster. The Duster goes 989 at 137.78 miles an hour. And Christine, 1186 at 113. I also know that that's Bree Brewer on the left-hand side because I recall the white and pink V6 powered late model Mustang. I also know that that's Emily Ballard in the right-hand side because she is number 3 in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Checking my data here, Emily actually dropped down to number 4 in Street Race Small Block Power Adder yesterday. She just goes through at 861 at 158 miles an hour. Actually, the best pass for her that she's seen all week. But the car's been consistent. She went 862 on day 1, 865 on day 2, 861 here at Indy. Currently, that is giving her a number 4 spot behind Mike Reichen. He's got that dark blue 2001 Camaro, and he moved up significantly yesterday when he ran an 854. Ryan Windsor on the left-hand side in the 4-door 72 Nova. And that's Jason Willis in the right in the 2007 Corvette. The Corvette rolls through, 1027 at 130, and the naturally aspirated small block Nova goes 1235 at 109 miles an hour. This is wrong. Tony Nimchik's on the left-hand side in the 95 Mitsubishi Eclipse that is still 4-cylinder powered. And in the right-hand side, we've got the Honda S2000 that is not still 4-cylinder powered. The S2000, 851 at 155 miles an hour. The Mitsubishi 962 at 145. Tom Brett's on the left-hand side, 56 Chevy 210. Jason Neesham on the right-hand side has got the 70 Ford Mustang running in Pro Street. Looking down at data here in the booth while crazy stuff's going on the track, we got difficulty in the left-hand lane with Brett's 56 Chevy as the Mustang goes down 883 at 152 miles an hour. You're going to want to stay tuned here because this is going to be really good in the next pass once we get this 56 Chevy off the track. We have our third quickest car of drag week coming up. It is Michael Borgren's little Volvo wagon. The live feed is swinging back to him. There it is. This gold car has run as quick at drag week as 7.0. You can see his passenger there walking away with a headset on. He's actually the winner of this year's Swedish drag week with a little S10. They ran an 8th mile deal there, and he won it all. The Volvo's got a 388 cubic inch single turbo combination. He has been in the high 6s, but not here at drag week. He has run as quick as 7.0, and once again, with Joe Barry having difficulty yesterday, the Volvo has moved up into being the third quickest car to this point at drag week.
I mean, that was one of the things that Freiberger was mentioning is people got to dry out the inside of the trunk and stuff because the water will paint is in there.
Yeah, and it's all up inside of so many crevices from driving it into the
Yeah.
Racers in the pits, lanes are currently open for Street Machine Eliminator. We are, of course, running out all the cars currently in lanes in our classes, but we are open if you want to line up for Street Machine Eliminator. Once again, you'll want to check out hotrod.com for updates on what's going on at Drag Week. When you go there, you'll be able to download the results from every day. You'll get every ET from every car and a listing of all of the car numbers and all of the classes. Who knows, maybe it'll be faster than me at actually looking up numbers on the fly and figuring out who's who. You can also get the route that we use each day so that you can drive along with these cars and see what they do on the road. Perhaps you can even be one of the people who helps them out if they have a breakdown. So hotrod.com for photos, videos, and information, including results and the maps. You want to also follow Hot Rod Magazine's social media. In addition to all of the Hot Rod coverage that we got going on, of course, there's the Mother's Live feed, and we have confirmed that every single day we will have replays on the MotorTrend channel at YouTube. Even if you're here in the grandstands today, if there's something really great that happened on track, you want to see it again, you will be able to scrub forward and see it on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube as we post replays of the live feed from every single day. We will be live again both tomorrow from Byron and on Friday when we're back at US 131. So watch for that. We appreciate everybody who will spread the word about the live feed. We currently have 5,200 people watching worldwide. Other coverage that's going on here, 1320 Video is here. They've been posting videos every night on their YouTube channel, so check that out, and as well as their social channel, 1320 Video. Street Machine Magazine from Australia is here, and of course the brand new Sick the Mag, Tom Bailey's new publication that is all about drag and drive events. Lots of people covering Hot Rod Drag Week, which is powered by eBay Motors and presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. What is a Gear Vendors Overdrive, you ask? Well, it's a supplemental planetary gear set that you can bolt on the back of nearly any transmission. There's adapters for everything, including older 4-speed manual transmissions, the newer, 4L80Es and things like that. Very common to see at Gear Vendors with those. And they can even put them on the back of a 4x4 transfer case, and it is a 0.78-to-1 ratio. So you get that extra overdrive, and a ton of drag week cars use these things because obviously, especially in the naturally aspirated classes, you see guys with really steep rear end gears and they're very buzzy on the highway. So they'll add a Gear Vendors so that they can retain their racing transmission while also adding overdrive. On this wide shot on the live feed, you can see that we are here at Indy, the Lucas Oil Raceway, with that archway that has become like a new and classic icon of this place. In the very earliest years, there was a yellow small tower on the left-hand side, back in the days when they didn't even have guardrails here at Indy. And that was the original signature of the track, but now it is that bridge, the Dodge SRT bridge, crossing over there behind the staging lanes. It was just 2 weeks ago that the U.S. Nationals were here, and that was just a fantastic race to watch. I subscribe to NHRA.TV so that I can watch wherever I am. I stay pretty tuned up on the pro classes in NHRA. So 2 weeks ago, we had big winners here. In top fuel at the U.S. Nationals, it was Steve Torrance. He beat Brittany Force. A big deal is that Tim Wilkerson ran a funny car after a 5-year drought. He had not won a single race in 5 years, and he shows up and just flat out runs Ron Capps in the finals. It was mind-blowing. Erica Enders took pro stock. Eddie Krawick was over Vance and Hines' teammate Angel Sampay in pro stock motorcycle. Jackie Frick won top alcohol dragster, and Doug Gordon in top alcohol funny car. You know what? They're blowing more water off the track out here. I can't say it enough. Do your best. Get out a towel. Wipe out your rocker panels. Lots of water falling on the track from these cars that drove through so much rain last night. There's a lot of challenges at Drag Week just with the act of having to survive the rain, but then it continues when we get to the drag strip, and that water's falling all over the track and slowing down the program, as well as creating bad 60-foot times, as we've seen a handful of times here this morning. So do us a favor, shake it out. throughout Drag Week, I talk so much about the poor reaction times that we see, and it really doesn't matter at all, but it gives me something to talk about because sometimes you see people with 2, 3, and 5 second reaction times, and it's just sort of comedic. But it does remind me that there is a very important thing that happened here at Indy, which was the very first use by the NHRA of a lit Christmas tree. Let's look into the history of timing and how they did that. When you go back into the 50s when drag racing was being born, they were all flag starts, very much like the arm drop stuff that we do now. And what was weird is typically if someone jumped the flag, they would rerun the race. In other words, if you red lit, you didn't lose. They'd just pull you back and run you again. Going all the way back to the very first NHRA Nationals, which started in Great Bend, Kansas in 1955 and had a rain out and finished in Phoenix almost 2 months later, they were going with a flag start. And in the final, it was Cal Rice versus Fritz Voigt. And what's interesting is that they 3 times had somebody jump the flag. And on the 3rd time, Cal Rice actually blew up his transmission. And he jammed into the pits, Drag Week style, and rebuilt the trans in his dragster and got to the line just in time and paired up with Fritz Voigt. And finally, they both left the line at the same time. And it was Cal Rice who won. So flag starts were the beginning of drag racing, as were, by the way, mile an hour. They didn't look at ET initially. It was all about mile an hour. Now, later on, they realized this flag start thing was not that accurate, and you'd see some situations where they would have a button in the middle of the track that activated a light, and the flagman would hold the staff of his flag down on the button, so when he lifted up off of that, it would light a light, and they would take off. But there was nothing like a red light or anything going on. Now, later on, timing started, and really it started at the dry lakes. There was a guy called Otto Crocker who did a lot of the timing for the top speed meets that they were having on Southern California dry lakes and at the Bonneville Salt Flats. There was a story in Hot Rod where they actually got together with the military and timed a tank at El Mirage with Otto Crocker. But more importantly to drag racing was a guy named Ollie Riley, and that is going to be a name you know. He founded Krondek. So he was interested in timing, and he got together with Bud Coons, and Bud Coons was a police officer in Pomona who was part of the 1954 NHRA Drag Safari, where Wally Parks sent people out on the road to teach local clubs how to hold drag races. And so Bud Coons gets together with Ollie Riley, and they start figuring out how to time drag racing, and they start thinking about ET. All the way back in 1957 in Hot Rod Magazine, there is a story about Ollie Riley setting up the very first progressive timing at the track in Pomona. Pomona having been run since perhaps late 1950, but definitely in 1951. And it took until 1957 till they were doing progressive timing. In other words, 330, 660, and so on, all the way down the quarter mile. And obviously these days we also have 60 foot and 1,000 foot. And the very first track to have progressive timing set up permanently was in May of 58 at Lyons. So now we wrap the story back around to where we are right now at Indy. And the very first Christmas tree, similar to the one that we have here, was in 1963. It was set up by Dragtronics. What's really interesting about that very first use of the tree at the Nationals is that, well, one thing, it didn't have stage lights at all. All it had was 5 ambers and a green, and they had figured out already to have a red light for somebody who started too soon. And it's the red light that bit Don Garlitz. He lost in the final to Bobby Vodnik because he jumped the tree. So that's the first red light in NHRA Nationals history. So about the staging beams, that started in 1964 at the Winter Nationals in Pomona in California, and they had the staging beams on the ground. As you know now, there's 2 staging beams up at the top of the Christmas tree where you roll forward and light the top bulb and then roll a little bit more and light the second bulb. Initially, they only had 1 bulb for staging, and remember that prior to that, it was the starter who would just eyeball the start to make sure that the cars were lined up. There was more and more technology on that over the years, but in the early days, it was literally just an eyeball on where the cars were parked. So 1964 was the first staging beams. They were down on the ground. So the drivers had to look down on the ground to stage and then look up at the Christmas tree and hope they did that quickly enough to get off in time. So In 1970, the Pro Start began. As you know, the Sportsman tree is the amber bulbs blinking down and finally you get a green. They invented this Pro Start by just lighting the last amber. These days, it'll blink all 3 ambers for a Pro tree, but back then it was just the last amber. And the thing is, as the tree developed, it had 5 ambers. All the way up into 1985, there were 5 amber bulbs on a Christmas tree. And of course, these days we think of it so traditionally as having 3 ambers. Well, that started in 1986, as did the Pro tree, where all 3 amber lights would flash instead of just the bottom one. CompuLink became the official NHRA timing system in 1984. And the last change that I am personally aware of on the Christmas tree was in 2003 when the LEDs came in instead of incandescent light bulbs. And that sort of caused a problem because the incandescent bulbs, a driver could actually see the filament in it sort of start to light and get up to its highest glow and then sort of fade out. So they could anticipate the bulbs a little bit better than the instant on LEDs that came. So that came in 2003, and at the same time they changed the system on reaction times so that a 500 was no longer a perfect light. So on a typical 3 amber tree, there's 500ths of a second in between each amber, and then 500ths of a second between the last amber and the green. So somebody who left the line absolutely perfectly used to get a 500 light, but it changed to an 000 light being perfect. Just makes it a little bit more clear for everybody by running that 000, but I remember that being confusing at the time. And I think later on they changed the staging beams. You've seen the ones that they currently use now where it's like a half semicircle on top and then another half of a semicircle at the bottom to create a complete circle to launch. You'll see that at all the NHRA national events. And it's interesting to watch it on NHRA.tv because those stage beams, pre-stage and stage beams, always flicker when you're watching the broadcast, and that's actually because of the frame rate of the digital media that they're using to project that thing out to the world. They're not actually flickering as you watch it live, but they do flicker on the broadcast. So filling up some time there is the endless story of how timing and the Christmas tree sort of evolved in drag racing.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece, all on eBay Motors.
Back into action here at Indy. And the car you're going to want to watch here is Michael Borgren here on the right-hand side. That gold Volvo powered by a 388 cubic inch single turbo LS engine. And it is the 3rd quickest car to this point in Drag Week 2021. It is run as quick as 7.0. He ran 7:16 the first day, 7:09.3 yesterday. The car also went 204.7 miles an hour. The guy guarantees me that this car will go in the sixes at some point. It's done it before, but will it do it right now? Brian Hansen's on the left-hand side in the red 66 Chevy 2. Unfortunately for him, I guarantee all eyes are on the Volvo, as 5,300 people are watching worldwide on the Mother's live stream on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. Undistracted by the Nova, Michael leaves the line and gets a 1:16 short time. It goes to the 8th mile, 4:58 at 1:65. Oh, he doesn't quite get there. 7:004 at 198 miles an hour. Clearly a number that is going to get him leading and winning his class, which is modified power adder, but it is not that 6-second run that we were all dying to see. He's going to build that up and save it to the last moment, I suspect, for US 131 on Friday. But 7:00 out of that very tame looking Volvo. As we swing back to the radical other end of drag week racing with the prison bus. This makes no sense whatsoever, and that's why it's here. In the right-hand side, 12:04 at 1:11, and we're still waiting for the prison bus, as we will for a few moments. If you'd like to take a break, take a shot. Oh, there you go. I think that's his best number so far. 20 seconds at 69 miles an hour. Going back to the starting line, I am loving on this Cougar here. Robert Bartram's got this 69 Mercury Cougar, and I heretofore did not know that it is powered by a 500 and I believe 42 cubic inch Boss engine from John Kazi. Probably got that displacement slightly wrong, but it is a John Kazi Boss 429 based engine. Steve Lemieux on the right-hand side in the 70 Pontiac GTO. The Cougar running an ultimate iron in this car. You're going to see him try and run here. He described this thing as pretty tame with a hydraulic roller cam and stuff for reliability. They haven't had the valve covers off of it in years, and yet it still goes 877 at 153 miles an hour. And Lemieux's Pontiac on the right-hand side goes 1191 at 117. Ben Hunter on the right-hand side returning for another run in that Pontiac G8. And that is Kurt Johnson on the left-hand side, our 9-time class winner at Drag Week. This thing is a naturally aspirated small block, and it's going to go in the 8s. There you go, 895 at 150 miles an hour. He is well ahead of his class right there. Be watching that car all week long as he hunts for his very important 10th win, which he said maybe will be his last at Drag Week. We'll see. Alan Mogi on the right-hand side in the silver 72 Camaro. And in the far side, Byron Walker in the 71 Dart is running a Dodge late model Hellcat in that car. I believe Modern Motors is the name of the business, where they're working on many Gen 3 swaps for different cars there. The Hellcat goes 152 to 60 feet and 647 to the 8th. The Hellcat Dart runs out at 10:06 at 134. That's going to be their best number so far this week. Alan Mogi on the right-hand side, 889 at 151 miles an hour. David Workman on the right-hand side has got the 57 Ford pickup, and on the live feed we're getting a close-up shot of the compound turbo arrangement that he's got on the Cummins. It's diesel, but it does end up running in street race small block power adder based on the fact that it's turbocharged and based on its displacement. The Nova gets their first 1132 with a little LS engine, and the diesel runs 1064 at 102.56. In the left-hand side is Stancil. I believe this is the car that hit a deer last night, and I can confirm as I gaze upon the mangled right front fender of that S10 Blazer. They hit a deer. Bambi did not survive. There was a lot of trouble with this white long bed tube chassis S10 pickup yesterday. It's got the turbos in the bed, and he struggled yesterday, similar to what he's doing right now. Bambi Slayer is going to blow right past him, and Bambi Slayer gets there at 883, 151 miles an hour. And the white S10, 1231 at 121. That is Chris Goodnow on the left-hand side in the 62 Chevy 2, and Paul Banal on the right-hand side in the 67 Camaro. The little Chevette. You can look at the carbureted LS engine that's in this thing with a whole bunch of nitrous oxide on it. This is a full tube chassis car, which puts him into B, our ultimate iron category, which is for stock bodied cars with full tube chassis. In the left hand side, that is a light gunmetal, unusual color, but a factory color on a 71 Charger Super V 440 6-pack. The 6-pack car started off slow, but he laid down a pretty impressive pass yesterday. But the Chevette is going to be there at 926 at 142 before the 6-pack car gets there at 1188. There's his second day in a row with an 11, this time at 115.48 miles an hour. Bill Tuttle in the 68 Chevelle on the left-hand side, David Arnold in the Mustang on the right. The Chevelle on the left-hand side runs 1078 at 124. The Mustang, 1190 at 112. Hey, Les, out there on the starting line, have a look at the back window of this Buick. They've got a big message written on it that I cannot read from here. I know that the giant Buick is trying to get into the 13s. It's been running bottom 14s, and that's why they've removed the hood and the deck lid, which I joked yesterday means that they cut about 2,800 pounds off of this car. There's a message on the back window that I cannot read from the announcer booth, but I think it has something to do with their desperate attempt to get that 13 out of that car. Craig Steinbacher's in the left-hand side with the copper Chevy Nova that gets there at 1027, 131, and does the Buick do it? 1379 at 97 miles an hour with a Buick 455 under the hood and a 4L80E Gear Star for the transmission. That is going to be a happy son and dad rolling through with that Buick. It's all about personal goals at Drag Week. Lisa Fisher is here in her 87 Buick Turbo Grand National. Tommy Dupree on the right in the 2000 Pontiac Trans Am. Tommy Dupree's Trans Am gets to the 8th mile with a 680 at 101, and the quarter mile 1068, 126. Lisa Fisher's car goes 918 at 147. The return of Jason Tabscott on the left-hand side, struggling once again to get that 8-second number out of his silver second-gen Camaro. The live stream currently looking at Phil Greatorex in the 70 Plymouth Barracuda with big block power. Tabscott's car in the left-hand lane is going to be the big entertainment here. He should pull a nice wheel stand out of the hole, although he's probably tamed that down because on his last run he carried it out pretty far, sacrificed his 60-foot time, and ran very poorly compared to his performance earlier in the week. He has run an 890. He's also running the 9.0s. He's a 4-time winner in class. Street race, small block, naturally aspirated. 427 small block in this thing. So watch Tabscott hunt for a low 8. Another nice wheel stand out of the car. A 126 60-foot time. That's getting it on for this car. 869 with a 5 at the 8th. And bam, 8955 at 150 miles an hour at the quarter for Tabscott. His second 8-second run, naturally aspirated, of the week. The 440 Barracuda ran 1151 at 115. Brandon Miller's in the left-hand side in the Monte Carlo, and Jackie Steineke's in the right-hand side with her small block Chevy Pro Charged street race small block naturally aspirated class car. I believe this car has been in the 8s, but 9.0 is going to be her best time thus far at Drag Week, so she's going to be looking to improve that right now. The 8th mile time of 5:7:46 says probably not, and it isn't. 9:02 at 149 miles an hour, oh so close. And in the left-hand side, the Monte Carlo goes 10:49 at 84.38. Left-hand lane is Scott Miller, a 3-time winner with FE power and 68. Scott Matano currently 3rd in his class, street race big block naturally aspirated. So these are critical numbers for both of these guys. And once again, Pratano goes to 909, not improving his 907 overall average. And in the left-hand lane, 979. 979 for Scott Miller. That is going to be Miller's best run of the week. Scott Miller has been 990 and 980. He won this class in the past, but he is currently trailing rather badly because he's got to move up into these other guys who are running into the 8s in the same category. Michelle, it's the Nooch. The Nooch is back in the left-hand lane in the 99 Dakota. Jeff Mall on the right-hand side in the 4-door 67 Nova. Centrifugally supercharged little Nova's not going to get a hold of the track. Maybe another car that's dropping down some water. The Nova goes 998 at 139, while the Nooch goes 1288 at 108. Announcement for the pits. We need a welding shop or a welder for trailer repair. Warren Whitner, his car 309J. Warren Whitmer. Come on up to the tower. We'll get you his number if you can help out with a welder. car 173A right there is the Mitsubishi of Scott Glassbrook. It's a 91 Eagle Talon. It is powered by a 4G63 4-cylinder. It is mounted not transversely, but what would it be called? Not east-west, but north-south. It is a rear-wheel drive car. And he went deep into the 8s yesterday. To be precise, an 823 at 162. Nick Turner on the left-hand side. We've got the light blue 83 Chevy Malibu. We're going to have difficulty with Glassbrook, who's going to pull over to the side to save us some track cleanup, I hope. Meanwhile, Turner goes down in the wagon at 874 at 156 miles an hour. We've got a lot of smoke huffing out of that little four-banger. Hopefully he didn't just put the hurt to that thing. So while we hate to see parts breakage, we love to see the recovery. It is the agony of victory at Drag Week that actually makes it what it is. It is getting stuff fixed, and it's finishing no matter what. We'll catch up with this guy later and see what's wrong with the four-banger in that car, which I think may be the quickest four-banger we have seen at Drag Week.
Oh, wow.
That's not good for us right now. If you need to go to the bathroom, you're going to have time. Yeah, I just all last time. I give what?
Keith Turk, if you can do me a favor and come to the tower with a copy of the rules, we'd appreciate it. We've got a quick question for you. Keith Turk, if you can come to the tower with a copy of the rules.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he looped it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
You guys ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do this.
When it comes to busting myths, there's a new crew in town.
This is our job!
Join Tori,
Feels good.
Faye,
More power.
and BC
Absolutely gorgeous.
on their quest to solve motor myths or go for bust. It's Mythbusters for car lovers.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee. So you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece. All on eBay Motors.
Good news, bad news. Good news is that we are working rapidly on a fix so that I've got all the information that I need to be calling out correct names, classes, and cars. The bad news was that we were doing track maintenance, but the good news is that's over and we're back to competition. David Pichal on the left-hand side in the 87 Buick Regal. Jason Hager on the right-hand side in the 2002 Ford Mustang. While my data is correct, it doesn't help me with the pronunciation. So if I'm getting your name wrong, feel free to correct us, and then feel free to go ahead and forgive me if I continue to get it wrong. I'm doing the best I can. Jason Hager is not doing the best he can. His day not so well as he goes to a stop at 60 feet, while Pichal goes through the lights at 12:01 and 110 miles an hour. One of the things I love about Brian Loans when he announces with me is that names will pop up on the screen that he's never seen before, and they'll be spelled with nothing but consonants, and he will just burst out a pronunciation of the name and absolutely own it. It could be 100% incorrect, but he owns it as if he was born with the name himself, and that just is hashtag pro announcer. Me, hashtag mispronouncer. Back to action with Jeff Pagano on the left-hand side in the 72 Chevy El Camino, and Denise Cunneth in the right-hand side, being backed up for just a moment to mop up a little something else, in the 70 Pontiac Le Mans Sport. Just discussing in the tower, we run a 400s Pro tree here at Drag Week, which is one of the reasons these people struggle with reaction time. Pagano goes down with a 12.12 at 110 with the El Camino, and the Pontiac goes 13.92 at 96 miles an hour. The Monza Spider here on the left-hand side has committed to sending me messages in shoe polish every day, apparently, according to what I saw on Instagram. Yesterday, they had a big sign on the top that said, "No leaf blowers," a reference to an episode of Roadkill where we supercharged a Monza Spider, me and Mike Finnegan, with leaf blowers. And a nice wheel off the hole from Lonnie Andazola in the 67 Camaro. He goes a 1:33 short time, 6:53 to the 8th, and out the back, 10:42 at 125 miles an hour. Nate Mahoy on the left-hand side in the Monza, 13:87 at 96. They ran 13:50s yesterday, so that's a little bit of a slowdown for the Monza. I promised you many, many laps from the four-door Chevelle, and Rick is delivering. I overpromise, he underdelivers, but this time he's actually making it happen. He's going to run this car till it goes 8.500. Thomas Reitler's on the left-hand side in the 69 Charger, dressed up like the General Lee and loaded with 440 power. Cross your fingers for the crew cab Chevelle. 8.500 is his number. Steiche's 1:30 60-foot time is not exactly what he wants, but 5:48 at the 8th mile, and he goes 8:54 at 160. It's amazing that 8:54 isn't good enough when you need 8:50. The General Lee goes 13:12 at 102. Everyone stay tuned. You're not going to want to go away. We've got our super fast cars coming up fairly quickly. Specifically, I see Glenn Hunter and also Jason Sack. But first, Bill Schwartz in the 69 Chevelle. 8th mile time, 5:50 with a 5 at 127. 1,320 feet, 8:59 at 158.09. And here comes Sack in the right-hand side, Glenn Hunter in the left. Glenn Hunter is currently your leader in Pro Street Power Adder. He ran 7:52 with that 56 Chevy on the first day, 7:339 yesterday. Going to Jason Sack in the orange Nova. He is third in Unlimited, having run 7:34 and 7:31. So this is actually a competitive pair of cars running both in the 730s in two different classes, both of them hoping to go even quicker and dipping into the 6s. This 56 Chevy out of New York is famous for being in an issue of Hot Rod magazine where him and his buddy Frank Romano, a longtime drag weeker in that silver 55 Chevy that many of you remember, they actually drove in downtown Manhattan. An awesome photo shoot by Wes Allison, who is also shooting the action here today for Hot Rod magazine, hotrod.com, and Hot Rod social media. Glenn Hunter is out the way he wants to be, cutting a slow 1:40 60-foot time. Hunter goes down 8:57, at least 1 second off pace. Sack also slowing down with a 7:63 at 1:50. Very soon we'll be going into Street Machine Eliminator. Street Machine Eliminator coming up. Hey, Richie Crampton, if you're wandering around, why don't you wander up to the second floor and come see us? Yeah, come on and see us. Amanda says that she spotted you down there so that you cannot evade coming up here on the mic. Richie Crampton, come on up. And Richie Crampton is here. He has entered the building. Richie Crampton, a former Top Fuel driver and winner of the U.S. Nationals in what, 2014? Yes. And more recently, a fabricator for Lucas Race Cars and currently running his own Indy Speed Shop. And the car that I know of that you've built is going to be Jasmine's A Fuel Dragster, which is doing really well. What are you doing hanging out wearing a Johnny Lindbergh hat? This is wrong. Come on over here onto camera so they can actually see your beautiful face. Richie Crampton.
I hope Lindbergh gets to see this, because if you read it closer, this is Johan Lindbergh. This is his older brother's hat.
I saw the JLR and was thrown.
Yes, but no, having a great time. I got a customer of mine out here, Mike Clift, a buddy of mine. I'm building him a 70 C10 truck for Ultimate Iron for Drag Week. So he's out from Oregon. We're out here checking it out, and helped a couple guys out last night with some, last-minute welding jobs and stuff. But having a good time as always. I love this.
So Amanda dropped in my ear that you're thinking about doing this again next year as well.
Yeah, so for sure. I bought a 67 Nova toward the end of, owning the wagon and stuff. So hopefully, this year's been a bit hectic for me and a lot of things have been different. But hopefully next year I'll be back with my Nova or maybe something else. I'm not sure yet.
I know you and I have been going back and forth on text. You were considering building like a Suburban or a crew cab. What happened to that idea?
Yeah, that still could happen. I kind of got a idea to do like a later model thing with air conditioning and all that stuff. So I'm getting lazier, man, and I don't want to be sweating at 200 degrees. And after watching Aiden and Tom on Rocky Mountain Race Week just burning up the whole time, I was like, man, I want to make it comfortable and enjoy it a little more than I used to. But we'll see. Did you see Bailey and bust his chops for not being here? I talked to him a lot, and obviously it's good to hear that he's doing a little better. But I wish he was here so we could all rag on him. I know Joe Barry and all the guys down there would love to bust his chops a little. So I've got to ask you the pro drag racer question. What appeals to you about Drag Week and street cars versus Top Fuel? Well, this is where I started, basically, messing around with street cars. That's kind of, in my opinion, that's kind of how gearheads do it, right out of school. And the grassroots level of this and the hardcore, everyone down there in one of those race cars has got dirty hands. Well, once you get up into them pro levels, it changes a little. So the Australian... You did get soft, I will confirm. It's very soft. But no, this is just, it's great, man. It's grassroots. It's street cars, a wide variety of cool cars and great people, man. The camaraderie is just awesome on Drag Week. And I haven't done it properly by any means, but I've attempted to do it a couple times with Johnny and just had a great time each time. But it's a beatdown, but it's somehow so rewarding to be part of it. So you grew up in Adelaide. Compare that to what U.S. city? What's the equivalent gearhead center, as far as street racing? Is Adelaide like Detroit or like L.A.? Yeah, that's a hard question to answer for me. I kind of have to think back quite a while because I've lived in the U.S. for so long. But Melbourne and Sydney, there's always been a pretty good streetcar scene, and I'd probably say Melbourne's probably the most hardcore, with streetcar type racing and all the the fast streetcars on the road. So, but Adelaide itself, man, it's a little city. It's one of the smaller ones in Australia that not a lot of people have heard about, and but there's been a lot of racers come out of there that people wouldn't even realize. So motorsports is huge. That's where the Australian Formula One Grand Prix used to be. So it's kind of always been a bit of a gearhead city from that.
Okay, very cool. Well, thanks for coming up and visit us to help me fill some time rather than just swallowing my tongue. We're going to have Amanda come in also. She was helping me out yesterday. So it's good to see a lot of you NHRA guys showing up. And actually, tell me stories about Jasmine. That car has been doing really well. We're talking about Jasmine Salinas running her A-Fuel dragster, which is a alcohol dragster. In that class, you can run either alcohol with a supercharger, or you can run naturally aspirated with nitromethane. A little bit like what we see the class break down here with the street cars at Drag Week. But what's your current involvement in that car? Once you build a chassis, do you just hand it off and take off, or how does that work?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, I'm used to kind of working at Lucas Fab, and we would, hand off a top fuel car to a team like Steve Torrance or, whoever. But this instance is a little different. I'm taking a lot of guidance from Brad Hadman on building, alcohol cars specifically, and the Rich McPhillips, father and son combo that run Jasmine's car, and of course Jasmine's father, Mike Salinas. I kind of know those guys pretty good as well. So I'm using her car to learn a little bit about what I do a little more, and kind of helping them, dial in this and that. And when those things shake the tires, they can break things and stuff. So I'm trying to learn from it and kind of stay in contact with them and see if there's anything I can improve on. But for the most part, it's been pretty straightforward. Give them the car, and it goes fast. And I think she was almost, 282 or 283 miles an hour in Reading, which was damn near the up to the national speed record. So she's doing a good job. She's already got some trophies in the trophy case in one of the cars I built. So it's very rewarding. So hopefully there'll be more of it. What is the difference between a top fuel chassis and a top alcohol chassis? Fundamentally, they're very similar. I mean, most of the rules per the SFI specs are very similar. And, sometimes they're like a little shorter wheelbase. In Jasmine's case, it's a 300-inch car, which is the same as a top fuel car. So it's got a little bit smaller front and rear wing than a top fuel car, but basically it's very similar tubing, and a lot of crew chiefs will have a different motor location or angle and stuff like that you build because of the kind of lower power level without the supercharger on there, but basically it's very similar to a top fuel car. Interesting. Did not know. Thanks for the info. Anything else you got going on you want to talk about? No, man, just having a good time out here, and glad I got to catch up with you, man. This COVID stuff's messed up everything. I feel like I haven't seen anyone in forever, but pretty neat, and still a major fan of Drag Week and what this is all about. So it's great to be out here with Mike and kind of talking to some people and enjoying it as a spectator. It's very cool. Very cool. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Yep. See you later. Once again, Richie Crampton, the 2014 U.S. Nationals Top Fuel winner, right here at Indy. All right, I can answer questions here from the live feed while we're continuing to dress the track, waiting for Street Machine Eliminator to come up. Finally, somebody on the feed is commenting on these t-shirts that I've been wearing. I've had different firing order on my shirt every single day. I had conventional 1843657 on day one. Yesterday I wore the early small block Ford firing order, and today I think I've got 1872654 which is going to be the 4 and 7 swap, and also the 2 and 3 swap. So I think that's LS firing order or an altered camshaft for other V8s. You see us altering firing orders on cars. We've done some of that testing on our Engine Masters show that appears on the MotorTrend app as well as on the MotorTrend cable channel. And we found out the 4 and 7 swap, actually every time I've tested it, which would be 3 times, once on a small block Chevy, twice on big block Chevys, they do gain just a little bit. There's arguments among engine builders as to why it really makes a difference. And I remember speaking to one of the engineers at GM when they were designing the LS engine, and they chose this firing order for it. And he told me it was not about power. It was 100% about reliability and reducing NVH, noise, vibration, and harshness first, and reducing load. I think he told me it reduced the load on the number 1 main cap when they went to the 1872654 firing order.
but we actually see a little bit of power from it, and engine builders argue, is it because of harmonics within the crankshaft, or is it because of intake manifold pulsing? And when we get down to that, I'll tell you, I've only tested it on carbureted applications, and perhaps it makes a slightly different situation with EFI, the difference being fuel distribution from cylinder to cylinder. The pulsing that happens in the intake manifold can affect that. So there you go. Some rambling about camshaft firing order as we go back to action at Hot Rod Drag Week, which is powered by eBay Motors and presented as usual by Gear Vendors Overdrives. Street Machine Eliminator, the class where everybody is trying to set a 5-day average ET in order to get on a 32-car ladder for a bracket race that we will run at US 131 on Friday. Currently, the bump spot is 10.949 as we walk into racing here at Indy. And the first pair is going to be Marianne Young on the left-hand side and Nick Hooten in the right-hand side. Once again, we're running a 400 Pro tree here because we thought it was the closest to an arm dropper flashlight drags to do just a fast all amber tree, 4/10 Pro tree. And they're going to have to play with their reaction times to get good at that for the bracket race at the end of the week. Nick goes down 12:09. Marianne, 11:65. The very top of this class is running 10.0s because our limit is 10.0. You cannot run quicker than 10.0 in this class. And at the top, it's very tight. 10.02, 10.04, 10.07 are the first 3 spots. And that changed up a little bit from yesterday, or from the day one, when we actually had, I believe, 6 cars in the 10.0. And people slowed down, and we looked at our average of 2 days of drag racing, and now we've only got 3 cars running at 10.00. And those 3 cars are Bill Spangler in the 80 Fairmont, Matt Lang in an 01 Camaro, and Brian Kaiser in a 2016 Mustang. So we'll look for those cars and see if they can stay at the top. Right now, we've got Christopher Burnham and Michael Cavallaro on the line. Both Mustangs. One of them, a 2020 on the left-hand side, and an 88 Fox body on the right-hand side. Right lane goes 9.99 with a 5. Too quick for the class. He's going to have to run again and get it under 10.0. On the left-hand side, 12.703 at 112. Next pair, Rick Cruz in the 2013 Camaro. And Cody Walker on the right-hand side. He's got that 71 Dart with the fake mod top. I just love that thing. I keep talking about it because I can't stop myself. It's a spray-painted lace mod top. Speaking about the Christmas tree, you may be aware that there is the Sportsman tree, 3 ambers separated by 500 thousandths of a second each, half a second. Then there's also Pro trees, which are 3 ambers blinking all at the same time, and you can run that in various classes either with a 400 tree, which means 400 thousandths of a second in between the green and the ambers, or 500 thousandths. And here at Drag Week, just like pro classes, we run a 400 tree. The Dart goes 1062 at 131, and the Camaro 1291 at 110. Going back to the starting line, it is Mike Reimars in the orange Mustang versus Doug Kistler in the Chevy Nova. Every one of these cars that you see running now is going to be in that same Street Machine Eliminator class as we run through our second session of Drag Week. Later on today, we go to a third session, and that's where you're going to see some of our really fast cars run because we have not seen them yet this morning with the exception of the Volvo. So stay tuned later this afternoon. There's another number that's going to be too quick for the class. Right-hand lane, Nova goes 996 with a 6 at 135, and Reimars in the orange Mustang goes 1053 at 133. Lynette Jankowski now with the Schnoz on the Monte Carlo. Eugene Holderfield is in the other lane in a black 2019 Ford Mustang. Actually, I guess it's very, very dark blue. The Mustang goes 10.03 with a 6 at 139, a very good number for the class. Lynette in the Monte Carlo, 10.50 at 132. Um, 222R, is he the leader? Yes, he is. Right-hand lane here is going to be Bill Spangler in the 1980 Ford Fairmont. He is currently at the very top of the ladder here. He ran 10.03 on day 1, 10.01 on day 2, giving him a 10.020 average for 2 days of drag week racing. He's going to look to do that again. He needs another 10.0. Philip Denise is in the left-hand side in the blue 64 Nova. So a critical pass for Spangler. He's got to get that 10.0 number to stay on top of that list. If he doesn't, Matt Lang is nipping at his heels and is going to be right behind him with that 10.0. Once again, the bump spot here is 10.994, so at this point, we're going to have an all 10-second field for the bracket race on Friday. Spangler gets out. Wow, 0.47 reaction time. First time we have seen something like that. We have not seen O lights thus far in drag week. I think I've spotted one. There goes Spangler with a 10.09 at 131, and believe it or not, that is going to knock him down a couple notches. Philip Denise in the left-hand side finally gets there, having issues 1963 at 68 miles an hour. Oh, it was a 10.89. I apologize for my vision. Thank you for the correction here in the tower. Brian Kaiser on the left-hand side with the 2016 Mustang. Kyle Kirker in the right with the 57 Bel Air with the roof rack. There, an 0.10 light out of Kaiser. 0.10. Kyle Kirker cuts a 4.65 light. The Mustang doing much better, but unfortunately running 9.96. And again, that's a time slip you cannot hand in. Too quick for the class. The 57 Bel Air goes 10.32 at 131. Charlie Ewald left side with the Viper. Ben Brown in the right-hand side with the very roadkill 81 Pontiac Safari wagon. I have to admit that I thought that the Safari designation on the Pontiac wagon meant that it had to have wood grain on the side. One of my first cars was a 79 Pontiac Bonneville Safari wagon. Not the small A-body wagon like what you're seeing go down track right now. Ben Brown with that wagon goes 12.91 at 101. Charlie Ewald in the Viper 12.61 at 115. Another purple 57 Chevy, very similar to the roof rack model that we saw go down a few minutes ago. Stu Hill is on the left-hand side. Michael Turner on the right in the 70 Dodge Dart. I've said it before, at Drag Week, a Dodge Dart is virtually as popular as a Fox Body Mustang. There's a ton of Darts here. I believe all of them Mopar powered, unlike the Fox program, which are often not Ford powered. Stu Hill in that purple 57 goes 10.34 at 129. Mike Turner in the Dart, 12.36 at 108. Marty Pixler in the Mustang on the left-hand side, the 91. And then the 2000 Mustang on the right-hand side is Timothy Jilg. We have been playing the Drag Week drinking game. It was oil downs for day 1, and it was rolling the beams for day 2. This time I'm going to keep you sober. You're going to have to take a shot for every O light that we see. Marty Pixler goes 11:22. Tim on the right-hand side, 11:76 at 1:01. Troy Norris on the left, Terrence Hurley on the right-hand side. You're not going to take shot that time. That was a 1.2 reaction time in the right-hand lane, keeping you a teetotaler. Terrence Hurley on the right-hand side goes 11:57 with a 5 at 1:19, and the left-hand lane is 13:30 at 1:05. Jerry Barnes, longtime drag weaker, rolls up in the left-hand lane in a 67 Camaro. Steve Calloway is in the right-hand side with the 2006 Mustang. Wheels up for Jerry Barnes. He cuts an 0.84. That is a shot for you. A 1.795 same-day reaction time in the right-hand lane. Jerry Barnes' Camaro goes 10:57. Steve Calloway on the right-hand side, 11:52. Here's a Drag Week fun fact to know and tell for the way we operate Street Machine Eliminator. I keep telling you that they are looking for a 5-day average ET that places them on a 32-car field for the bracket race on the last day. Their dial for every single round of that bracket race is going to be their 5-day average minus a 1/10. Therefore, let's say that you dial in, or let's say your 5-day average is going to be, call it 11.0. That means that your dial in for every round is going to be 1090, meaning 1/10 quicker. The reason that we do that is to give people some pad for a breakout. Now, if you run 10.0, the interesting thing is we do not knock off a 1/10 because that would put you into the 990s. So if you run 10.02 as your average of 5 races, then your dial is going to be 10.02. And for the people who can be very consistent, that's actually a benefit because they run the same way on Friday that they do all week long. Colt Wrist is in the left-hand side, that 2004 Chevy Impala that is V8 swapped and rear-wheel drive swapped. Stephen Hopkins is in the right-hand side in the 66 Nova. The Nova goes 1076 at 122, and another pass that's too quick. 992 at 139 for the 2004 Impala in the left-hand lane. These guys are going to have to run again. Steve Eden here in the left-hand lane is the guy who is just outside of the bump stop. He's the guy, if he goes quick enough, he can actually bump out the car that is sitting at 10.994. Steve Eden has been running 11 teens, and he did it again, 11:15 at 119. Unfortunately, Michael Grandinetti having difficulty in the right-hand side. Actually, I don't believe that that is the correct name. Once again, we're having a little bit of difficulty with the data that's on the screen here. It's been getting a lot better. We're working on it. Actually, Michael Grandinetti is the correct name for that Skyline in the right-hand lane. A stock JDM that has been running like in the 13s, but unfortunately is now pushing off the line. Looking at Michael Whitney in the 66 Nova wagon here. This is the guy whose Instagram post I read to you earlier today because I thought it really captured everything that Drag Week was about. He was talking about changing cams in this car on day one and taking it from the 14s into the 12s by doing so. He was talking about suffering on the drive, 124-degree floorboards, rain coming in everywhere, everything stinking like 60s muscle car, that oil and fuel smell and all of that stuff, suffering through the night, but the camaraderie on the road and the desire to just keep going and do Drag Week over and over. That's the kind of post this guy made. It's really the spirit of what we do here. So good on you, Michael Whitney. Now let's see if you can run a 10.0. Not with your 1.375 reaction time, you're not going to be a player in the bracket race. But you are better than the 2.2 second reaction time that we saw on the right-hand side out of Carl Stansel with the Ranger. The Ranger goes 12:11 at 109, and Michael Whitney goes 13:08, not into the 12s like he did yesterday. Rob Barhorst in the right-hand side in the Pontiac-powered Pontiac GTO 1974 model with a shaker on the hood. Jason Trotter here on the left-hand side is the guy who is on the bump stop. He's the guy with that 10.994 average. And if anybody beats him, he is the guy that is going to be out of the race. That's what bump spot means. And he has got an 87 Dodge Daytona with Dodge SRT. The red light on Barhorse does not matter for the time trials that we're doing right now, and he runs 10:10 at 125 in the Nova-looking GTO. Trotter is not going to help his program with an 11:26 at 127 miles an hour. So, while Trotter's trying to figure out what he did wrong, he's going to have to come back and run a 1090 later. We've got another pair going down, including Jerry Nowinski, who is going to be his fellow member in the Mopar Turbo Mafia. And that Town & Country wagon goes 1287-106 with turbo 2.5 liter power. Dwayne Kaiser goes down on the right-hand side. Vince Rash in the left-hand lane, one of our guys who ran the very first Drag Week in 2005. Vince is running in his 69 Pontiac GTO convertible. Martin Borton on the right-hand side has got the 95 Mitsubishi Eclipse, one of 4 Eclipses or Talons that we've got here on property. 13:097 for the 4-cylinder Eclipse, 118 miles an hour. Vince runs 1476 at 62.84. Ian Hogshead in the left-hand lane is the son of Tom Hogshead, also an original drag weeker. They've had this car forever. Jason Billings is in the right-hand side with his homegrown intake manifold on the twin-turbo LS in that car. He did not get an ET. I didn't see if he left before the tree was activated. He did get a red light. Hogshead in the left-hand side in the 77 Nova goes 1077 at 123. Boom. The 4Runner is back. This 4Runner with a turbo inline 6. He ran in the 970s yesterday, I believe. I think it was his best ET that he has seen ever. Darren Nepper. The 4Runner handed in time slips of 10:53 on day 1 and 10:0 on day 2. I believe he did run a 970 at one point. Chad Garut in the left-hand lane is not going to get a time. And the 4Runner, 10:07 at 139. Very good running 10.0s in this class. If he'd done it on day 1, he would have been at the very top of the field. We know that truck is capable of quicker, but that is a solid run for this class. And I got no time in the left-hand lane. George Hill is in the BMW in the right-hand side. And David Wild on the left-hand lane goes 13:32. Meanwhile, the BMW is at 13:08 at 1:05. Brian Davis is in the Corvair. Kanan Hall on the right-hand side with a 77 Chevy C10 that I saw on the very first day in the hotel parking lot, hanging out with those guys who have just put together a low butt combo here. It does have an LS turbo in it in the pickup truck. The Corvair is sauntering off the line and being chased by the pickup truck. Corvair 1545 at 103, and the Turbo LS pickup being very casual at a 1279 at 107 miles an hour. David Hart is in the 69 Satellite in the left-hand lane. Brian Decker in the Yenko-looking orange 71 Nova. A 5.65 second reaction time for Hart in the Satellite. The Nova goes through at 1171, and the Satellite 1294 at 107. Chris Vanderwalker on the left-hand side in his Dodge Charger. Jeremy Ferguson in the right. And we got something going wrong with Ferguson's car. He's got the door open, looking out underneath the thing. Some kind of issue. Meanwhile, left-hand lane goes 1258 at 110. Lanes are open for all classes at this point as we're going to prepare for our third session. Lanes are open right now. Any car in any class can go ahead and get in lanes. You're going to see some of our faster cars show up. We haven't seen Joe Barry yet. We haven't seen Dave Schroeder yet. And there's a whole bunch of 7-second cars that have not yet gone down track that will be showing up here in our last session. You know, a lot of the faster cars take a lot of time to prep in the pits after they run and before they hit the road, and so they left later yesterday than they normally would have for a slower car, and that means they got caught in the thunderstorms. So our faster cars got trapped in the rain, and it took them longer to get here. I'm thinking many of them stayed in hotels that were further down the route or even slept in their cars. So they're getting here to Indy later on today than they normally would if they were driving like a 13-second Nova, and they're going to have to get their runs in this final session. Once again, lanes are open. We have another racer in need, Matt Forbes. He's got the 92 Camaro number 152D, like David Freiberger. 154D. 92 black Camaro Matt Forbes is looking for a small block Chevy hydraulic roller lifter. It looks like he needs the tie bar kind, not the factory like dog bone kind. It's a regular 842 diameter 750 wheel. He has not specified how tall that lifter is going to be. Sometimes different brands have a different height for the push rod, but any hydraulic lifter that you have, you're going to want to find Matt Forbes in the black Camaro. Here's a moment I've been waiting for with bated breath. A pair of the most adorable cars on site, the two Volkswagen air-cooled cars. Left-hand side is a turbocharged version. Right-hand side, naturally aspirated. They've both been running in the 12s. See the fire shooting out of the naturally aspirated version of the right-hand side. That's Prescott Phillips. He identifies as a 53 Volkswagen Beetle oval window. The NA car gets there first, even though he's a little bit slower. He ran 13:16. The turbocharged car 13:05. 90 miles an hour on the turbo, 100 miles an hour for the naturally aspirated version. Those are both legit air-cooled Volkswagen Bugs. I dig seeing them here. Charlie Kraus doing the burnout in his 72 Monte Carlo. And John Mankia, another guy who made a whole bunch of laps yesterday, has got that black 71 Camaro. We're not going to get a time for Mankia in the left-hand line, but Charlie Kraus with the Monte Carlo goes 1040 at 128. Charles Kraus goes down in the 80 Ford Fairmont. 2-second reaction time on one side, 3.8 second on the other. 1030 for the Fairmont in the right-hand lane, 140 miles an hour, and a 1007 for Matt Lang in the left-hand side. 1007. Matt Lang is currently second overall in Street Machine Eliminator with an average of 1004. And since Spangler ran slow earlier in the day, that pass might have put Matt Lang in the 2001 Camaro up at the top of the class. We'll find out when the results are posted on hotrod.com late tonight or tomorrow morning. Here comes the Dodge Demon in the right-hand lane and the 440 powered 68 Charger on the left-hand side. The Demon goes through at 1031 at 131 miles an hour and the Charger 1448 at 98. Weidenhammer in the left-hand side in the Mustang. Anthony Ferguson in the right in the wagon. $12.99 right-hand side, $14.87 on the left. Our drinking game is just not working out for you today. You got to take a shot with every O light. I'll be calling them when I see them, but I'm going to fall mostly silent, I can assure you. John Marecki's in the right-hand side in the 82 Pontiac Grand Prix. Robert George in the left-hand side. The Grand Prix goes 1422 at 96 miles an hour, and the pickup truck 1576 at 85. Jeff Kerchak goes down in his 351 Cleveland Torino, the fastback Grand Torino. John Minchuk in the left-hand side in the 72 Nova. 13:32 in the left-hand lane for the Nova. And man, that Gran Torino broke into the 16s yesterday, and I was just so stoked for it. But this time, 17:17 at 83 miles an hour. Back to his slower pace. Which raises the question, how does the 351 Cleveland has the legendary status when he's out here running bone stock in the 17s on who knows how many cylinders? Moving on to Jacob Hauser in the left-hand side in the 69 Nova. Kevin Adams in the right in the Ford Mustang. Once again, come to lanes, all run, all classes. Come to the staging lanes. We're ready to go for our third session. Kevin Adams on the right-hand side goes 11:60 at 1:15. Jacob Hauser in the left, 14:38 at 92 miles an hour. Mark Forsman has got that chopped 54 Willys pickup truck. Christopher Hyatt on the right-hand side. Still not a single O light for you, as Hyatt is going to get there first at 14:01 and 99 miles an hour. The Willys pickup, 18:48, coasting to 52 miles an hour. Tom Grover on the left has got the 66 Mustang. And we've got the V8 Datsun 280Z on the right-hand side. I think this is LS powered. Sometimes I get that wrong, but here's the thing. You can almost every time assume that it's LS powered, and you'll be correct roughly 75% of the time. The 280 is going to get out with an 1/8 mile time of 7:35 and a 1/4 mile time of 11:67. He goes 99 miles an hour. The Mustang on the other side, 14:20 at 96. Jeff Dukopolsky in his gorgeous 66 Malibu in the right-hand side. We were following him for a ways on our route last night as we were driving through the grassy farm roads, very narrow, bumpy roads that these guys were finding their way 289 miles to Indy last night. And it was fun to follow that car for a little while. Matthew Aruda is on the left-hand side, and it's a 91 Volvo. And I will not only assume, but I will know as fact that it is LS powered. I always like the wheelie out of that Chevelle. Hoisting the left front tire. Goes a 1:4:89 60-foot time for the Chevelle. And the Chevelle goes 10:67 1:21. The LS Volvo 10:24 at 1:35. Here's our buddy Kevin McKenna on the left-hand side. Follow him frequently as a #1 player in his class in NMRA racing, and also as a staffer on National Dragster for NHRA. His office being here just at the end of the road at Indy. This track is owned by the NHRA. In the right-hand lane, Scott Montgomery in the Corvette. McKenna getting closer to an actual light. He cuts a 273. He's got a supercharger and a torque converter on this otherwise pretty much stock Mustang. It's a 2014 model, and it goes 10:62 at 1:28. The right-hand side, 11:15 at 1:37. Waiting on the line, the live feed is staring directly into the turbocharged eyeball of Brendan Butella's 2003 GMC Sonoma with 4.3-liter V6 power. I need to get a t-shirt for the firing order on the 4.3 90-degree V6. You know, those engines are basically a small block Chevy minus 2 cylinders, and it's not just lopped off the end. They actually took 2 cylinders out of the middle of them if you look at the intake manifold design. At home, I've got an aluminum block for one. Also some ported Brodix heads. Mike Finnegan traded me that thing, and I foolishly gave him a Hemi for it, and I accepted his all-aluminum V6. I need to put the thing together with a turbo on it and actually try and make it into something. Honestly, mine is a even fire model, and I'm concerned that it's going to shake really bad. Excuse me, it's an odd fire. It's not a split pin crank. So I'm worried it's going to shake, which is one of the reasons why I've not bothered yet to assemble that. Enough about me. Let's get to racing. Brandon Butella in the left-hand side. Stan Schlachka in the right-hand side in the Camaro. I butchered that guy's name. It was so hideous. But did you see the way I owned it? I just dominated that. Blowing black smoke off the line. And the Camaro goes through 682 to the 8th. 10:59 at 1:29 at the quarter, and the turbo V6 truck goes 11:49 at 115. Grand Cherokee, Josh Felix in the 72 Pontiac Ventura. Right-hand lane for the Ventura, 12:48 at 110. The Grand Cherokee, 14:25 at 100.88 miles an hour. And here we go, the moment we've all been waiting for, at least I am. It's the only reason I got out of bed this morning. Yes, it is Nick Cryer in the milk truck. Nick, you let me down yesterday. I promised the entire world you would do a wheel stand again in the 63 Divco milk truck, and you absolutely failed me. Do not do it again. We know where you live. Your address was on the registration paperwork. Yes, the milk truck is maybe going to hoist the tires with his twin turbo big block. That was a tweener. Almost. Little bit of an underdeliver. The right-hand side, the pickup truck of Ted Munsel's going to go 11:56. The milk truck, 12:12 at 120. That car actually has run, I say car, the Divco milk truck has run deep in the 11s. Too quick for the tech legal speed on that thing because it does not have a roll bar. So he's been slowing it down, but he's out here having fun. The left-hand lane, Michael Locasio. He's the one in the Cadillac CTS. And the right-hand side is Nick Norris in the Dodge Charger. Nick Norris, right-hand side, 13:34 at 101. And the CTS-V goes 1090 at 129 miles an hour. Fred Sermon on the left-hand side has been a roadkill follower for a while. I believe he actually gave us a ride at one point. I think Finnegan and I needed to get to the hotel or something after we'd broken down, and we hopped in this thing before he started building it up. It currently has a big block Ford in it. It is a 64 Ford F100 left lane. John Sally is in his green go colored 2017 Charger Hellcat in the right-hand side. The Hellcat runs 1150 at 120 miles an hour, and the big block truck 1412 at 92. Christopher Burnham, left lane in the blue Mustang. Cody Walker is back with a 71 Charger. It is the Charger Swinger. It's interesting Dodge chose that as a name back then. The Swinger. Brings it off the line with a 290 reaction time. He goes to the 60 foot at 1.495. The Dart hustles down the track, 1029 at 130 miles an hour. Left lane, that blue 2020 Mustang went 1266 at 113. Mike Reimar's on the right-hand side with all those loud graphics on the side of his 2011 Mustang GT500. Rick Cruz on the left-hand side with the tamer version of the 2013 Chevy Camaro. GT500, orange car, 1039 at 127, and the Camaro goes 1299 at 109.76 miles an hour. Marianne Young is back in the 29 Mustang GT on the left-hand side. Lynette Jankowski is back with the 78 Monte Carlo on the right-hand lane. And the Monte Carlo runs a very good 10:07 with a 9 at 134.46 miles an hour. Lynette right now is about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back from the top of the list when she came in this morning. She went 10:05 in the red Monte Carlo on day 1, 10:17 yesterday, and that 10:0 is going to help her probably move up a couple of slots. However, Bill Spangler is at the line right now in that Fairmont, and he is the one who walked in the door with a 10:02 average this morning to put him at the top of the class. He wasn't happy with what he ran earlier, so he's looking for another 10:0 right now. And there you go. Spangler also cut an 0:51 light, showing some chops. And how about this for chops? 10.000. 10.000 for Spangler on the left-hand side. That is the perfect ET for Street Machine Eliminator. He goes 129 miles an hour. Philip Denise on the right-hand side, 10.44 at 129. Spangler's going to be hard to beat, cutting an actual O light, a rare sight, and it means you get to take a shot back home. Harry Haig, that means you, and I know you're cheating. Brian Kaiser on the right-hand side, Trent Walsh on the left-hand side in the 85 Mustang. The 2016 Mustang in the right-hand lane is going to go 10:12 at 135. Trent Walsh on the left-hand side, 11:40 at 121. Now we are seeing Street Machine Eliminator cars making laps, meaning making multiple laps, 2, 3, 4 runs in a row, trying to improve their time. One of those is Michael Turner in the 70 Dart Swinger on the right-hand side. And on the far side, also making at least a second run, Michael Cavallaro in the 88 Mustang. Cavallaro, left side, 10:06, 136. There you go. Not bad. He is currently just behind Lynette Jankowski. That puts him 6th in class. Maybe that's an improvement. Mike Turner on the right-hand side goes 12.433. Steve Eden is the guy who is just outside the bump spot. He is number 32 as far as average ET coming into today at Indy. He's been running in the 11 teens. And he did it again, 11:13. Now what happened is we saw the guy on the bump spot in the Little Eagle Talon. He actually broke earlier today. He was the guy with a 1099. If he stays broke, we might see Steve Eden in that Tan Nova actually come into the field. Rob Barhorst is back also in the black 74 Pontiac GTO. That thing hoists the wheels real nice. And there's another O light for you. Barhorst went 077 on the tree. Dwayne Kaiser is in the right-hand side, and he's going to go 1303, but more importantly, Barhorst with the 1038 at 126. He's going to be somebody in the bracket race. He and his wife have come out and put on a really good show in Street Machine Eliminator for the past 3 or 4 years. Perhaps even 5. I lose track of time. Because time flies during drag week. No, it doesn't. It seems endless, especially when you're competing. Jason Billings on the right-hand side in the 57 Chevy 210. Christopher Dubas on the left-hand side with a 68 Barracuda notchback. The Barracuda, 1282 at 116 miles an hour, and Billings goes 1107 at a big 133 miles an hour. And here we go. The third session is coming up, and we're running our impounded cars first, which means you're going to see some fast stuff coming up. If you run 850s or quicker in your class, and you're first, second, or third in your class, you end up in impound automatically, so that Keith Turk, the race director, can keep his eye on you and make sure that you are keeping it legit. It's one of those trust and verify programs. What this means is that you don't have a crew working on your car, because we're watching for you and making sure that you've only got your passengers. We will give you a pass if you've got some trouble and Turk looks at you and he thinks you're legit and you need help thrashing on your car. He will make that happen. But what we're trying to prevent is people touring drag week with like their 7-second car followed by like 5 crew guys in a Suburban. So that's what impound is for. But when you're in impound, you get to go directly into the staging lanes at will when you are ready to go. So we'll be running impound cars first. And if you listen to my roundabout story, you know that that means we're going to see some of the fastest cars first here in the third round, as the guys from the Indy track, Lucas Oil Raceway, are brushing up the surface for us once again. eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. eBay is proud to be the title sponsor this year. They help all types of enthusiasts, one part at a time, realizing their dream builds, including these drag racers trying to capture the title of fastest street car in America. With eBay's support, fans can access exclusive online content, including racer profiles, the intricacies of a tech inspection, and of course, exciting drag racing action. While here at the track or after Hot Rod Drag Week, eBay Motors is where you will find new and used vehicles, as well as parts for fixing, update, or maintaining your existing vehicle. Visit ebaymotors.com and start shopping. And don't forget to join the eBay Motors community. Visit community.ebay.com to talk with the car community.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
We've got nearly 6,000 people watching online live worldwide right now, and we would like to thank Mother's Car Care Products for making this live feed happen. We also want to thank Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, who's been at Drag Week since 2005. Rocket Brand offers fuels for every category with octanes of 100, 110, 112, 114, and 118. Rocket Brand is sure to take you faster than ever before. If you need tech help regarding fuel, stop by the Rocket Brand booth located near the staging lanes with your questions for Jack Day, who is here with us today. Also, check out the special Rocket Brand hats and t-shirts. Here's something mildly entertaining about Drag Week, because I am here to deliver mildly entertaining news. There have been 33 tracks that have been run at Hot Rod Drag Week since the very beginning in 2005. Let me blow through them because maybe one of them is your local track. Virginia Motorsports Park, Cecil County, Atco, Maryland International, Atlanta Dragway, Darlington Raceway, ZMAX in Charlotte, Bristol, Cordova, Gateway, Byron, Great Lakes, National Trail. Indy, where we're standing right now, has run in 2016, 15, 2006, 2010, and 2013. US 131, where we started on Monday, and of course Norwalk, where we were yesterday. We've also run Tulsa, Great Bend, Topeka, KCIR, which is no more, Bowling Green, Wisconsin International Raceway, Cedar Falls Raceway, Alabama International Dragway, Montgomery Motorsports Park, Memphis, Muncie, Pittsburgh Raceway Park, Milan, Amarillo Dragway, Texas Motorplex Thunder Road Raceway, and finally, Thunder Valley in Oklahoma. That is the 33 tracks that have been visited by Hot Rod Drag Week in the past 16 events. I was mentioning some facts about Indy earlier today, and if you're just tuning into the live feed or you're freshly into the grandstands, let's go through some factoids about this track, which, by the way, courtesy of Kevin McKenna from National Dragster, he points out to me that this is exactly the 5-year anniversary of the last time that Drag Week visited Indy. We've been here in 2006, 2010, 2013, 2015, and 2016. So it is tied with National Trail for the most visits. The kink in that program is that the very first year that we were here, 2006, Indy was on the schedule, but we didn't actually race here because of a rainout. This place was originally built and opened in 1960. You locals will know that it was originally intended to be this massive motorplex with a road race course and circle track and everything, which it does have here today, but it was the drag strip that actually kept it going, and they began the very first races here on the property that was partially sponsored by Roger Ward. They opened up with drag racing. And of course, the very first NHRA Nationals was held here in 1961, and it has been here ever since. The track elevation here at Indy is 856 feet. It's been David Freiberger here speaking all day long, all this week to you. If you don't know who I am, I'm the former editor of Hot Rod Magazine. Many people think I'm still at Hot Rod because I do a column, and I very much appreciate them allowing me to do so. But I haven't been there in 5 or 6 years because I've been busy making TV shows for the company that is the same as Hot Rod Magazine. I've actually been at the same company since 1991. So I think, that's going to be my 30-year anniversary here coming up? That's big. I've been at the same company, started off in magazines, and I'm currently doing shows that you might know, like Roadkill Garage, Engine Masters, the 3K Hoopty Challenge, which is a show that I do with Brian Loans, who normally announces Drag Week with me. I've also been on the Hoopty World Championship recently. I'm in a lot of episodes of Hot Rod Garage. So all of those shows are things that you can see on the MotorTrend app. So download the MotorTrend app, you can subscribe, and you can see all of those shows, including a bunch of other stuff like Top Gear. You can also see Motor Mythbusters is a new show, Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew. And the other thing about all my shows is that you can see them on the MotorTrend cable channel. If you're unfamiliar with that, the MotorTrend cable channel was formerly Velocity. It's the channel that does nothing but automotive content. So call your cable provider, get hooked up with MotorTrend Cable TV, and you can see most of my shows. What you're going to be more excited about right at this moment is that Bryant Goldstone is right here in lanes. This is a car that used to run in our Ultimate Iron category. He's moved up to Unlimited because he's running on methanol. This started off the week as the second quickest car in the entire operation here. And actually he still is, but he slowed down radically yesterday. First day went 794, yesterday went 712. He's going to be back here at Indy looking to run a 6 again. So spread the word if you are on the live feed. Now is the time to tune in because you're about to see what is probably a 6-second car. Some of our other heavy hitters also lining up here for the third session at Indy at Lucas Oil Raceway. Oh, I also see Dave Schroeder there coming up in the staging lanes on the live feed. I'm also looking at Glenn Hunter. Yeah, you're not going to want to miss the next few minutes. This is going to be healthy. Kurt Bayer on the left-hand side in the 88 Trans Am. Apologies to you because I'm fairly certain all eyes are going to be in the right-hand lane. Bryant Goldstone in the 73 AMC Javelin, a two-time past winner in our Unlimited Iron category. He's actually the record holder in that category. His best single pass so far in past years, specifically in 2016, was 6.749. He has not eclipsed that here this week. He went 6.794. Close, but not quicker. Hopefully he can make that happen in this round right now. Bryant Goldstone, pre-staged and staged. Kurt Bayer doing the same thing. Goldstone gets out with a 1.167 60 foot. He goes to the 8th mile, 472 at 154 miles an hour, and out the back, not getting quicker. 728 with a 5 at 190 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Bayer 8045 at 178.45 miles an hour. That is a slowdown for Goldstone. Yesterday he ended in that 7.121. Hopefully we can get him back in lanes and improve. Now, all eyes on Glenn Hunter, the 56 Chevy Bel Air, our past winner of the Bro Street Power Adder class. He is currently way ahead of the field. He ran 7:52 on the first day. Yesterday at Norwalk, he went 7:339 at 190 miles an hour. So you're about to see some stuff go down. A 1.225 60 foot, and he goes to the 8th mile, 478 at 150. Out the back, 738 with a 7 at 187 miles an hour. A little bit off that 733 pace and a little slower, but you know what? He's probably going to stick with that and hit the road because that's the name of the game. Get a safe pass and then try and get to the next track. Here we go. Apologies to Tracy Grimm in the left-hand lane. For the short term, I just got to say, no one cares because Dave Schroeder is on the right-hand side. This 2019 looking Chevrolet Corvette is the second car. Actually, it's the third car that Schroeder has run at Drag Week. It started in a red 55 Chevy, but his serious car was the 66 Corvette that has won in past years and that you've seen so many times. This is the third car that we've seen Dave Schroeder and John Enns run at Drag Week. This is a nitrous combination. If you look at the side of the car, you can see that it says 872 cubic inches. This thing ran 652 on day one, 654 on day two. Off with a 1:02.60 foot. The 8th mile time, 4:28 at 165 miles an hour. He goes 6:74 with a 9 at 175.89 miles an hour. Again, slowing down a little bit from his past pace, but what do you expect from a car that drove 300 miles in the rain last night? He is currently our very quickest car on property. He is leading the charge for Drag Week this year. His challenge will be to make it to 2 more tracks. He's got 2 more drives to make before the final day at US 131 in Martin, Michigan. And now we've got Andrew Taylor on the left-hand side in the Firebird, Jason Sack in the right-hand side in the Nova. Sack is the 3rd place position currently in Unlimited. He's not a contender at this point for the quickest or 3rd quickest car overall. He ran 7:34 the first day, 7:31 yesterday, running it like a bracket racer. Maybe he can do the same today. Maybe he will improve. But he is currently locked down for 3rd place position in Unlimited, and perhaps he could end up with one of those top spots overall for one of those Gear Vendors guitars that we give to the 3 quickest cars at Drag Week, regardless of class. Currently, he's about a 10th out, or 2/10 out of grabbing one of those guitars. Here comes Jason Sack. Making it happen with a 1:14.60 foot. The 8th mile time is going to be 4:78, 147 miles an hour, and 2 1/4 miles, 7:43 at 1:82. That will end up being about a 10th slower than what he's done earlier this week. So perhaps he will be back and doing it again. Speaking of which, here comes Rick Steinke in the 4-door Chevy 67 Chevy Chevelle. And on the left-hand side, Daryl Yost, also a guy fighting for 2nd place in his class and trying to make rounds to get an 850. Honestly, these 2 guys are in 2 different classes. One of them's a big block with a Pro Charger and nitrous on the left-hand side in the 69 Chevelle, and then the small block twin turbo car on the right-hand side in the 67 Chevelle, but they're both looking for that same number, 8.500. Which one will get closest? Yost is out first in the 125 reaction time. Rick Steinke hung out for a little while. His 60-foot 131. Steinke goes to the 8th, 5:45. 8:49 with a 4 out the back door. Too quick for the class. He's going to have to come back and run 8:50. In the left-hand side, Yost, right on pace with what we've been seeing him do. 8:77 at 159 miles an hour. Here comes Jesse Harris. He's in the orange and white Chevy C10 that is diesel powered. Denise Cunneth is back on the right-hand side in her green 70 Pontiac Le Mans. Jesse Harris's truck has run 970 on day 1, slowing down to 984 on day 2 with the diesel. There goes Denise. Oh, look at the wheelie and the cloud cover and getting way too close to the center line with the diesel truck. That's not going to help as he slows way down to 1082 at 117, while Denise's Pontiac goes 1248 at 106. Lonnie Tibbs is back in the left-hand lane. This is a car that struggled on day 1, throwing the hood off the car and running 8.0, but day 2, he went 7.84 with a 9 at 179 miles an hour. So left-hand lane, that green Mustang is looking for a mid-7. Kevin Gibbs in the right-hand side in the 69 Chevy Chevelle Pro Street car. He is running in Pro Street Power Adder. Gibbs at the very bottom of that class, unfortunately, because he had to take a 20-second time on the first day. That's something that happens at Drag Week. If you can't get your car together, if you just stage, we will give you a 20-second time slip. You can see that we've got 200-mile-an-hour tape across the front of the hood on Tibbs' Mustang, trying to keep that thing from flying off yet again. I will follow Tibbs down track. He goes 128 to 60 feet. His 8th mile 5:25 at 135. His ET 8:09 at 176. Not the 7-second number he was looking for. Kevin Gibbs on the right-hand side, 1095 at 117. Dustin Trance is here in the right-hand lane in that blue Mustang. He is the guy who is fighting with Rick in that four-door Chevelle to get the top number in street race, small block, power adder. So this guy is looking to run 8.500 in order to stay in the heat of battle with Rick Steinke. Dustin Trance gets out with a 1:28.60 foot time. A 5:53, 1:26 to the 8th looks promising, but he goes 8:65 at 156 out the back. Once again, not quite good enough. He needs that extra 1/10 and a half in order to be somebody. The truck in the left-hand lane goes 12:92 at 104.98 miles an hour. As we swing back to Tom Bretz in that 56 Chevy 210, he did not get down in his last attempt. We ended up pushing that car off track. We'll see if he can lay it down this time. Jim Weiser in the right-hand side has got the 84 Monte Carlo. Bretz is running an unlimited there in his black 56 Chevy. Street race small block power adder class on the right-hand side for the Monte Carlo. Bretz is making it happen this time. He gets there 8:48 at 160 miles an hour. And the Monte Carlo rolls through eventually at 12:34, coasting to 71 miles an hour. Jeff Lingenfelter on the left-hand side and his Dart Sport. Corey Pant in the right-hand side with the 74 Plymouth Duster. Side-by-side A-bodies. Corey Prant running in Super Street Small Block NA, and that green Duster right hand side, 10:29. Lingenfelter with the Dart Sport, 12:50. What you want to be looking at right now is this car in the right hand side. Warren Whitmer. This is the 427 cubic inch candid valve head naturally aspirated entry. This thing is wicked, wicked cool, and he's running against a V6 Mustang of Bree Brewer on the other side. We really need to see an 8 out of Warren Whitmer. Aspirated Fox body Mustang with Chevy power. He goes 129 to the 60 foot, 584 to the 8th mile, and that's not going to get him there. 913 with a 5 at 149 miles an hour. These naturally aspirated small block classes have gotten just so cutthroat here at Drag Week. He showed up wanting to dominate the field, and as of yet has not run the number that he's been looking for. Wayne Baker here on the left-hand side, and that Rusty Nova's pretty happy, though. He has got a Blueprint Engines 540 crate engine topped with an 871 supercharger and EFI. Frank Gobright on the right-hand side, and again Wayne Baker on the left with that super rusty altered wheelbase Nova running in our gasser category. He is in A gas, the faster of our two gas classes. A supercharger will bump you into A. You have to run naturally aspirated in B. We have two altered wheelbase Novas in the class, this being the quicker of the two. The Nova gets out with a 1:4.97 60-foot time. The 8th mile, 6:14 at 1:15. Quarter mile for the Nova, 9:57 with a 641 miles an hour. The right-hand side, Gobright goes 11:21 at 1:22. Left-hand lane, the Super Street Big Block naturally aspirated car of Steve Winningham. Another one who gets like a pat on the back for making 1 million passes yesterday, trying to improve his numbers. The right-hand side is Mike Book Artist with a small block Chevy Hornet, but we're going to follow Steve Winningham. Yesterday a 905, or first day 905. Yesterday a 916. Today a 913 with a 6 at 151 miles an hour. Unfortunately, he is still far behind Enzer, who's in that red Mustang with the big block Chevy. However, Winningham in that left-hand lane, who just went down, is in a solid second place in class. Street race, or excuse me, Super Street, big block, naturally aspirated. As we swing to the starting line and see two amazing cars, Jamie Jarvis in the right in our Gasser Class 55 Chevy, Ray Bohadell on the left-hand side with a 69 Dart I love so much with NASCAR small block power and a stick. Oh, look at the wheelie out of the Gasser. That's the kind of entertainment we created, the Gasser Class 4. He goes 151 to the 60-foot, actually outrunning the Dart, and the Dart goes 990 with an O at 137 miles an hour, the Gasser 1137 at 123. Look at Joe Barry delivering a signature half-track burnout. He will be backing it up. This is the car that runs in Ultimate Iron. He went 700 on the very first day and unfortunately struggled yesterday with some tires. He couldn't get his race tires on there because they had a hole in them or something like that. He had to run on his street tires. He slowed down radically into the 880s. Specifically 884 at 178 miles an hour, but he was capable of 7.0 at 209, and this car has been in the sixes, so that's what we're going to be watching for in the right-hand side. On the other side, Rick Russell's got his 96 Chevy Blazer, and he is going to get a fantastic view of Joe Barry going down track. And so, you know, coming up behind Joe Barry is going to be Alex Taylor in her 55 Chevy, the brand new car that really struggled in the rain last night. If you follow her on social, you'll see that. We'll get to her in a moment. But first, Joe Barry leading the Ultimate Iron class. Joe was the third quickest car on property 2 days ago. Currently, it's the Volvo. He's going to struggle to get that back. Can Joe Barry run a 6? Spooling out turbos off the line with a 1:17 60-foot time, and he's going to get out of it shaking the tire. Left-hand side, the 96 Blazer continues to go down and eventually gets there with an 11:74 at 108 miles an hour. Joe Barry slowing down up against the wall. And we're hoping he's mechanically okay. We'd love to see him finish off drag week in that car. Although at this point, it's going to be a struggle because not having completed that pass, he is going to have to take a 20-second time slip if he does not return and make another pass later today. That 20-second time slip will clearly knock him way out of the competition. So their challenge right now is going to be fix that car, get it back in lanes before we cut off the lanes, and he'll have an opportunity to run again. Looking at the history of Drag Week, it's very interesting to look how we started off with our classes and how we finished. In 2005, we had nothing other than big block and small block and power adder and naturally aspirated, and that's it. As the cars progressed and got faster and faster, we had to do things like create the Super Street class. That's the one where we allowed more modifications to go quicker than we would in the bolt-on class of street race. Super Street was created for the cars that started showing up with funny car cages and running in the very bottom 8s and even in the 7s. We didn't want to see our base class actually grow so out of control that regular guys couldn't do it. And so that's why Super Street was created as one level up. And then we had to create Modified because people wanted to show up with small tire cars that had, 4 links and ladder bars in them and had more fiberglass and Lexan all over them. So Modified was created. But what was really controversial is the top class has always been unlimited, and the rules in that class have always been exactly what is described, unlimited. So those were the full tube chassis cars. You remember Larry Larson from the early years, but Larry Larson's car, of course, all steel. And once we started seeing the Pro Mod-like cars showing up in unlimited with the aftermarket bodies and really extreme designs, people started screaming that they weren't real cars anymore. And that's why we created ultimate iron, and that's what Joe Barry runs in. You can see that that car is an all-steel 56 Chevy over a tube chassis, and it really harkens back to the earliest days of fastest street car racing. Actually, the very first car that won Drag Week was Carl Scott, who had a similar design car, a steel 66 Chevy Nova on a tube chassis. Interestingly, you go even further back to the very first Hot Rod Magazine Fastest Street Car Shootout, which was won by a very similar red 66 Nova, that one driven by Max Carter. Max Carter won the very first Fastest Street Car Shootout with a car super similar to the one that won the very first Hot Rod Drag Week. And those were 850 cars at the time, but as we've seen with cars like Joe Barry's, they're now getting into the sixes with these stock-bodied cars on tube chassis with the advent of turbos. That's another thing that we've seen grow like crazy over the years at Drag Week. Turbocharging has changed the face of Drag Week, and it's turned an 850 car into what we used to think was fast at like a 10-second car. 850 is the new 1050. And really what made that happen is the advent of aftermarket EFI that became, popularly accepted to the point that there was many tuners who were able to handle it. In the earliest years of aftermarket turbocharging, they didn't have that under control, and the cars were fast but not repeatable, and they'd blow up a lot. But finally, aftermarket EFI has made this happen, and I've got to say, everywhere in the pits I see Holley EFI. They are absolutely the top of the aftermarket as far as volume goes in EFI, making it happen not only with the throttle body setups I saw so many of in tech, but also with their HP and Dominator units that control so many of these turbo cars. It has truly changed the face of Drag Week. An announcement for Brian Swanson in the pits. Go to the press room and maybe Tanya will give you your cell phone back. You got to be nice to her because I've seen her. It gets ugly if you're going to be nasty with Tanya. Give her get the cell phone from Tanya. $6,333 people watching the Mother's Polish live feed worldwide. Gripping action as we get Joe Barry's car off the track.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more, like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee, so you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece, all on eBay Motors.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he loops it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
You guys ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do this.
When it comes to busting myths, there's a new crew in town.
This is our job!
Join Tori,
Feels good.
Faye,
More power.
and BC
Absolutely gorgeous.
on their quest to solve motor myths or go for bust. It's Mythbusters for car lovers.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
We've been playing a few commercials on the live feed, and I've been scanning the comments so I can address a few questions. One of which is, what time are we starting racing at US 131 in Martin, Michigan on Friday? It is 10 a.m. Eastern Time. That means that's also when the live feed will start. We've been going hot about 8 a.m. It's going to be 10 a.m. on Friday. That's also when racing will begin. Tomorrow in Byron, Illinois, by the way, it is Central Time. We've been running Eastern Time at every other track, but it will be Central Time tomorrow. So adjust your clocks for that 8 a.m. start time. That's going to foul up both racers and live feed viewers. We're Central Time tomorrow in Byron, and then we start at 10 a.m. the next day at US 131. Somebody's actually asking from Finland what time it is locally here. It is 12:10, pretty much straight up noon. And we're ready to go back to racing. We're looking at Alex Taylor strapped into her 55 Chevy there. This is the car that she first went 7s in. She'd been bottom 8s in her Camaro previously, and they built this car to try and get into the 6s. So far this week, they've been playing in the mid 7s. You should have seen what they went through last night in the horrendous thunderstorms that we had. Her dad, Dennis, and Alex were parked in the car underneath an overpass, just sitting there trying to avoid water from dripping on their electronics. They don't have wipers on it. That is no longer a regulation in Drag Week. We used to require wipers. We don't anymore. We should get Rain-X as a sponsor because that's a big deal for a lot of these people. But the rain yesterday was so brutal. I can't even imagine driving in a car with no wipers, a whole bunch of noise, big fat tires on the back. It's one of the things that makes Drag Week super challenging when that happens. We've had some weeks where it is just absolute, like Noah and the Ark conditions. Folks on the live feed asking why there's so many cars that don't get a time. What happens is we've got a lot of racers here who leave before the tree is activated. And when that happens, you do not get an ET. So that's what you're seeing there. As we're back into action with Joe Berry rolling by in the background and Alex Taylor doing a burnout. This is obviously a big block Chevy twin turbo program. It's a car that they had in the backyard for a long time, steel quarters and roof, and it's got homemade fiberglass things like doors that are patina matched. A lot of very cool fabrication on this car. AFR Heads, Holly EFI among the sponsors on this car. Alex is currently 6th in the unlimited class. She went 769 with a Ford, 185 on her first attempt, which is her personal best, then 779. This run has a 125 60 foot. Not what they're looking for. 548 to the 8th. And yeah, 844 at 170 miles an hour out the back. So that's a good run to get data and to also like keep her in position in drag week. But I suspect you'll see the car again as they hunt for a 7-second number. The live feed is now looking at James England's car. On the left-hand side, it's a 68 Mustang. But what matters to me is those dish mags on the front. I might need those. You know what's actually really valuable these days is if you can find original skinny dish mags, like drag-type front dish mags. Slot mags, some people call them. Like a 15 by 3.5 or even a 15 by 3 slot mag is gold. Hang on to those if you get a set, or send them to me, as a matter of fact. The other thing that's really good these days is slot mags. If you can find them in 15 by 12 or 15 by 14, those are also gold. Alan Roberts on the right-hand side in his 68 Chevy Camaro. You know what? They're picking up more water out there, I suspect. From the deluge I was telling you about, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they had some water under the rockers in that 55 Chevy, which is probably also why they lost their 60 foot. So once again, dry your car off. It's a very common problem at drag week to have water from rain held up in the rocker panels of the car. We have another visitor here in the tower, Larry Dixon Jr., 3-time Top Fuel champion. Yep. Well, thanks for coming on out. What are you doing?
Watching you guys have fun this week. Just came out for the day, and it's just I love this whole event, and wish I was on it this year. It ain't gonna happen, obviously, this year, but we'll be shooting for next season. I still want to do it again.
In the past, he has run the car in his little, I think it's 66 Chevy Nova, and it's white, and he's got one of those direct injection crate motors in the thing. You finally got into the 9s, didn't you?
Yeah. Actually, last year went 995, 135 with the car. So really excited about it. So excited to take that engine out, put an LT5 in it, and see if we can't go a little bit quicker with it.
Awesome. Tell everybody what you're doing about the dual passenger Top Fuel car.
running the wheels off of it, actually running it too much now. I mean, for me, because I'm a one-man band at the shop, so it's like every time you run that car, you swap all the parts and then you take it back to the shop and fix them all up and give it back out again. Well, I'm that guy, so grinding clutch discs and grinding clutches and lapping valves and doing all that kind of stuff. But it's fun. It's been a lot of fun, and sharing with people, getting a chance to go down the racetrack in the Top Fuel car, and that part of it's been fun. We've, 8th mile times in the low threes. You get up to about 250, 260 mile an hour. So it's normally wherever we go and run it, in conjunction with some other type of event, it's normally low ET and top speed of the meet, which is neat for that person to be the quickest one on the grounds.
Is it correct that you typically run that car at US 131?
That's more or less my home track, to run an IHRA track. But like we've gone to Memphis, Dragway 42, run down at Orangeburg, South Carolina, going to West Palm Beach in a couple months with it. So we just kind of run it wherever we can.
So if somebody wants to take a ride with you in a legit Top Fuel dragster, what do they do? Where do they go to sign up?
Well, I'm in charge of all social media, so you can find me on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Either Larry Dixon Racing or at Dixon Top Fuel, and you can find me, hit me up, and let's go.
All right, very cool. Thanks for visiting with us. We're going to go back to racing here at Drag Week 2021. Rick Russell's going down the left-hand side with a very interesting vehicle. It is a Dodge Little Red Express pickup truck, and it has a twin-turbo Gen 3 Hemi in it. He goes 964 at 139 miles an hour. Hunter Corcoran on the right-hand side, 1134 at 117. David Armentrout in the left-hand lane is running in our unlimited category. He is currently 4th in class. He's gone 763 and 763. He's bracken raced that thing after driving 200 miles on day 1, 289 miles on day 2. Can you imagine doing that? 763 at 170 miles an hour twice in a row. So watch for him in the left-hand side. Kevin New is in the right-hand side. He's got a 427 small block with nitrous on that thing. He pulled a really nice wheel stand on the last round, so he's also going to put on a show. We got them both staged, and they're off. He's got the front end tamed down on that car. He cuts a 121 short time while Armentrout takes off. He lifted on that thing. He went 762 at only 145. Yeah, that's a lift for Armentrout. Same ET, slower mile an hour. Meanwhile, Kevin New goes 873 at 149. This Dodge Dart that you see in the right-hand lane is powered by a 426 cubic inch Gen 3 Hemi with a carburetor. That is Joseph Ocone. He actually manufactures carburetors for those things. Manufactures the intake manifold for carburetors on those things. Mike Reichen in the left-hand side is in Street Race Small Block Power Adder, and he is moving up the ranks there, looking for an 8.50 time. He's been quicker. That's not going to happen this time as he lifts out of it. Ocone is going down in his Dart, though, to the 8th mile, 6:56, and to the quarter, 10:42 at 126 miles an hour. We'll be back as soon as we get Mike Reichen off the track. And we're back in the tower talking to Mike Cotton, who I've known since Street Machine Nationals back circa 1992.
Right. I was telling him that. I was telling Larry Dixon about how we knew each other, and people don't believe that we've known each other this long.
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I can't believe that we've actually gotten to the point where we're pointing a camera at you. So Mike Cotton is one of the co-hosts of Faster with Finnegan on the MotorTrend channel, which, by the way, is the best show that isn't roadkill. So here we go. What are you guys doing on Faster with Finnegan?
Well, we just got our 3rd season going. We have 12 episodes going. We started filming already. We got killer season going ahead. You're going to honestly look at it and say it looks like there's 3 15-year-old kids that designed this whole thing. But
yeah, that's what makes it great, man. Tell us about some of the cars you've got going. I saw the Opel Flopper. Is that a dirt funny car?
Yeah, so we ended up buying an old Opel funny car. I thought it was like from the 70s, but it was more like a show car. And we were doing a little bit of dirt drag racing with it, going against one of them dirt draggers, like the 1471 big blown cars. And of course, we get screwed because we get beat. But then we're going back and we're going harder with it. We have really neat concepts of different kind of cars that we're going to do, like some kit cars, some lawnmower racing, some waterless boat racing. This show has opened up a whole different kind of perspective for me because I'm used to drag racing.
Yeah.
I'm used to car shows, but when you go to this stuff and you're with 2 of your closest friends, you know how it is.
Let's talk about the format of the show. At the very beginning, they surprise you guys with like what venue you're going to be racing in, and you have to drive the car you're going to run. Then you go home and fix it for a couple days to make it faster, and then you race some superhero at the end.
Well, usually we find out the superhero in the very beginning because it's like, you know how it goes. We got a piece of junk. That's what we buy, and then we go race a guy, and we see his car, and of course his car isn't what it's going to be. Then we go back to Mike's house, work on it, then go back and race again. And we usually lose, but we're having fun doing it though.
So it's a formatted show, but let me assure you it's nothing like a bogus reality show. It's as legit as it gets. So check out Faster with Finnegan on the MotorTrend app, and also they've been playing it on the MotorTrend cable channel. Now we're going to go back to racing. Thanks a lot, Cotton.
Thank you, sir.
Draws a right-hand side with his 572 cubic inch big block Ford. Brian Action in the left-hand lane with the 70 Nova is going to go 881 at 152.99. Pedraza is right on pace with what he's been doing this week in that Pro Street Mustang. It's 1162 at a slow 108 miles an hour. On the live feed, we're watching a burnout from Chris Thompson out of California. He has had big struggles with his 68 Dart that is loaded with a big inch small block Mopar and twin turbos. He has had his eyes open to what it is actually like to run drag week in the rain last night. He had what he described as an incident on the highway in the rain. I don't know specifically what that means. I do know that he had his hood falling off of his trailer after he had removed the hood to cool the thing down. He's had trouble with tuning. He did some big wheel stands and bent his wheelie bars. And he's back here again, fearless in the face of drag week. In the right-hand side, Chad Garut, the 67 Ford Mustang. Watch for the triple bouncer wheelie out of the Dart, unless he has got that sorted out at this point. He has been finessing it all along the way. The Mustang is out first. The Dart, building boost. And the Dart's out at a 152 short time that's not going to deliver him what he really wants. He goes to the 8th mile at 675. And out the back, only 1040 at 135. Meanwhile, the Mustang, Chad Garut on the right-hand side, 1080 at 126 miles an hour. Kyle Kirker's 57 Chevy on the left-hand side. Don Foss with the silver gray 67 Camaro running in the unlimited class in that wild-looking Camaro. He ran 8.0 on the first day, 8:48 on the second day. Clearly looking for speedier times in the unlimited class for Don Foss there on the right-hand side. This is an all-run session, so you will end up seeing some slower cars next to some very fast cars. We're going to see both the Street Machine Eliminator cars and the class cars running side by side as people are struggling to get their first pass of Drag Week in many cases. They've been on the road all last night. They've been fixing their cars in the pits. There's a bunch of cars we did not see in the first session that are coming back here in the second session. And the fast cars that don't run what they want are going to have to do a fast turnaround to get in the back of the lanes before they are shut down. This time you get a 733 out of Don Foss in the 67 Camaro, the silver car. 733, 167 miles an hour. He's actually picking that up significantly from what he was doing earlier in the week. He ran 8:04 and 8:48, and there's his very first 7 on Drag Week. Kyle Kirker on the left-hand side goes 10:30 at 132 miles an hour. We're back to Herschel Cronin on the left-hand side and John Mankia on the right. Correction, that's David Wild in the left-hand lane in the late model Chevy that looks like one of those Plan B cars, or perhaps not. Look, he's got the drag radials on the back of it. That is one of the rules that we instituted a few years ago to sort of require faster cars to show up here. We didn't want to see a bunch of rental cars racing, and so we made a rule that you had to run a drag tire on the track so that we weren't tearing up the track with a regular old street treaded radial. And so we do see a drag radial on the back of that late model Chevy in the left-hand lane. John Mankia in the 71 Camaro is one of these guys who's been making a whole bunch of passes trying to get his personal best here at Drag Week. Earlier today, we had Richie Crampton up here talking to us in the booth, and this is an interesting tidbit. You've seen Jackie Steinke out here with that 94 or 95 teal-colored Mustang with a small block Chevy in it. They had a belt tensioner break on the Pro Charger, and Richie was here, and so they're dragging the car over to his place, and they're going to weld it up. He is now running Indy Speed Shop, building everything from top alcohol dragsters down to Drag Week cars. Another lost cell phone has been found, so go to the press room where we're gathering ET slips and we will give you back your cell phone. Also, while we're thinking about it, if you are a racer who's wanting to leave the property, do not forget to hand in your ET slip before you leave. You'll also get a map to the next destination. So go to the press room on the second floor of the tower and hand in your ET slip, and also collect your lost cell phone. David Wild on the left-hand side in the late model Caprice. John Mankia on the right in the 71 Camaro. Mankia 1024 at 133.88 miles an hour, and the Caprice 1376 at 106.99. What is this, you ask? Yes, you should. This is Jesse Matafari. Man, Brian Loans gets me every single time on the it's Matafari. Jesse Matafari, a past winner of the Spirit of Drag Week. Have a look at this genuine John Deere tractor powered by the big block that used to be a square body Chevy truck that you've seen run at Drag Week so many times. He's had some struggles on the road replacing alternators, for some reason replacing a fuel cell in the middle of the road. And the truck door goes 1312 at 98.55 miles an hour. That is Chris Vanderwalker on the left-hand side, who went 1243 at 110. Brian Loans is in my head with the wrong pronunciation on that guy's name. Get out. Out. This is a genuine Dodge Demon in the right-hand side, and Paul Binal on the left-hand side in the 67 Camaro. This Demon has been running bottom 10s. As you know, they advertised these things originally to be capable of $9.99 and lifting the front end of the drag strip. And there he goes, 1031 at 131 miles an hour in the Demon, and Paul 1164 at 116. Check this out on the line. That is a 2004 Chevy Impala that would have come from the factory as wrong-wheel drive, but he has corrected that problem. This is a V8 in the front, and it is rear-wheel drive. Colt Rist in the right-hand lane, Jason Hager in the left-hand lane in the Mustang. The LS swapped 2004 rear-wheel drive Chevy Impala, rear-wheel drive, easy for me to say, goes 1013 at 140. And look at that, Hager goes 10.000, coasting to 91 miles an hour in the left-hand side. Jeff Kurchek in the left-hand lane has not had enough of those 17-second time slips in his Gran Torino with a 351 Cleveland, so he's back for more. I guess he got the taste of the 16s yesterday, and he just cannot leave Indy without that 16-second number. Here we go. Jacob Hauser in the right-hand side in the 69 Nova, but hold your breath for the 1690 out of the 351 Cleveland. Oh, a thundering 2:686 60-foot time for the Gran Torino. 11:11 at the 8th mile. Is he going to get it at the top end? 14:3 to the 1,000-foot. And yes, 16:99 at 84 miles an hour for the Gran Torino. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Cheer for that guy running his first 1690 here at Indy. Meanwhile, Jacob Hauser goes 1370 at 99 miles an hour in the right-hand lane. David Gallimore on the left-hand side. He's got that yellow Chevelle. Scott Franks in the right in the rusty 67 Chevelle. Left-hand lane for the rusty Chevelle, 1079, 128 miles an hour. And the yellow Chevelle goes 1212, coasting down to 86 miles an hour. Here we go again with the guy with the turbo 4.3 liter V6. This thing is the Sonoma. It is the Cyclone GMC Sonoma, something that GM never made. Brandon Butella is running that 2003 GMC Sonoma. Our buddy Kevin McKenna on the right-hand side, our national dragster employee who basically works here at the track. He's going again. I'm kind of surprised that he's going to make another pass here because he is solidly in the field for the Street Machine Eliminator Bracket Race, and he's out here slowing down to an 1196 at 91 miles an hour. I don't know what that program is. Meanwhile, the 4.3 V6 goes 1166 at 107 miles an hour. Okay, Larry Dixon, Mike Cotton, you have shown up at the opportune moment. The highlight of Drag Week at Indy is going to be the milk truck. Have you witnessed the milk truck?
I saw it, and it's awesome. It's awesome.
Larry Dixon Jr., have you seen the wheel stand from the milk truck?
I have not.
You will. This guy promised me. There we go. Wheels up on the milk truck. He's got a twin turbo big block in that thing. And he gets air out of that thing. That is the milk shaker. He is going to go in the middle 11s, we hope. How hard is he going to lift? 1191 at 106 miles an hour. Meanwhile, on the right-hand lane, 1353 at 98 miles an hour. Yeah, there's always a car at Drag Week that ends up being like the spiritual leader of the whole thing, and I think that's it. The milk truck has got like a Wes Allison photo circulating on the internet that is just mind-blowing. We love the thing. We need him back. I also love the adorable Volkswagen Bug in the left-hand lane, the naturally aspirated bank-shifting little bug. This thing should run in the bottom 12s. Preston Phillips in the Volkswagen Bug. Banging fire out of the back of the thing as he launches. Ted Munsell is in the right-hand lane with the truck. That was incorrect. Meanwhile, the VW is slowing down. Come on, man. This is for my entertainment, and you're not entertaining me with that 1346 at 100 miles an hour. The truck goes 1147 at 116. Back on the line, looks like we've got Fred Cernan again with the big block 64 Ford F100. Mason Gillett is in the left-hand side. Actually, that's probably incorrect. Sorry, once again, we're getting some wrong numbers in the system here. That is Dwayne Rule in the left-hand side. Marianne Young on the left-hand side goes 1165. And in the right-hand side, 10003 at 138 miles an hour. Dwayne Kaiser on the left-hand side. Brian Kaiser on the right-hand side. Pair of Mustangs, red and black. The black one's going to go down first, and he goes 1010 at 134.39 miles an hour. The left-hand side, 1367 at 90 miles an hour. so many of these cars, you have to ask yourself, is he wide open or is he coasting down? Is he bracket racing on the brakes, stabbing him in the lights, or is he wide open throttle? One never knows when you're running in Street Machine Eliminator at Drag Week. Nathaniel Mahoy on the left-hand side in the 80 Monza Spider with a V8 swap, I believe, or maybe it's a factory V8 car. Michael Locasio on the right-hand side has got the 2011 Cadillac CTS. I know that the Monza Spider went 1350s yesterday and slower than that this morning, so obviously they're flogging it again, trying to go quicker, and they did not. 1409 at 98 miles an hour is going to be a crushing blow to the father and son team there with the Monza Spider. The right-hand lane goes 1071 at 126 miles an hour. Marcus Clark in the left-hand lane has struggled with his 68 Nova. I'm not sure that it's ever gotten down in a manner which he appreciates. We'll see if he can do better today. Dalton Major is in the right-hand side, and he's got that 70 Chevelle loaded with a big block, naturally aspirated. One of the more detailed cars on site. 987, I believe, is the quickest time that we've seen out of Dalton Major's Chevelle, 136 miles an hour. Marcus Clark, once again, not doing what he wants to do, 1329 at 80 miles an hour. Ray Hageman here on the left-hand side is the guy who had both of his drag tires fall off of his trailer earlier in the week. He stopped by Summit Racing and solved that problem, and he's out here racing. Travis on the right-hand side in the 83 Malibu wagon. You guys don't stand around. I'm swallowing my tongue constantly. Y'all make me nervous. Yeah. It's all easy for me to say. I just say gibberish, and it's very easy. 1654 on the left-hand side for Hageman, 78 miles an hour, and Travis in the wagon goes 1231 at 116. Stand for the big block dart. That's putting on a show. Hopefully it's not oil falling out of it as he continues down the track. It looks like he is going to get over to the left, but not soon enough. Oh, that's not looking good. I'm thinking he's letting the connecting rods out of that thing after bashing the oil pan on the ground. Let's hope not. Ken Riddle in that dark green Dodge Dart. He did go 138 to 60 feet on the back tire, so that's something. Let's take a break and find out how much he irrigated the track with 10W40. All right, we have a racer in need, and that racer is Joe Barry, the guy with that 56 Chevy that ran 7.0 and that broke at about half track earlier here today. Actually, probably broke on the starting line because what fell apart was the center section of his Ford 9-inch, and it's a rather specialized unit he's going to need help with. He is looking for a 40 spline. I assume it's a spool. It's a 389 gear and a 9.5-inch ring gear. So it's a very specialized thing. We need all the help that we can get with that. So if you can help out Joe Barry with any kind of a local race shop who can work that out, we'd very much appreciate it. He may even survive with a different gear ratio, but he needs something to get down the road. We're on hold right now because we saw what is both the best and worst wheel stand thus far at Drag Week 2021. It is Ken Riddle standing this dart straight up in the air, and right now we're cleaning up the track after that, but watch this instant replay, or this moments later replay. So that wheel stand, Ken Riddle in the dart. It's not the launch, it's the landing. And sure enough, we do have oil on the track. So it's going to be a little while here while we clean that up. And then we will be right back to action.
The science of shine. Washing, prepping, polishing, coating. Lightning fast with ultra-durable, super hydrophobic results. Mother's CMX line of car care products. The advanced science of shine.
Meet Ultimate Hybrid, advanced ceramic and wax technology. The best of both worlds, but better. Only from Mothers.
Ever wish buying and selling cars and car parts online could be worry-free? Welcome to eBay Motors, where you can buy with confidence thanks to VPP, our vehicle protection plan. It covers you up to $100,000. That's a lot of moolah, but there's more, a lot more. Like millions of parts and accessories, all covered by the eBay money-back guarantee. So you can truly transform your ride into your own masterpiece. All on eBay Motors.
From dust and dirt, a champion will emerge.
Welcome to the Hoopty World Championship.
Perfect. Oh, he looped it! 12 contestants on 6 teams compete for the glory. And they gotta do it all with the same car. It is freaking exciting! For our entertainment and yours, to be a Hoopty World Champion, you gotta build the car to be the best.
I'm Kevin Hart. 2 years ago, I bought my guys classic cars. Guys, we need somebody to teach us about cars and do the work on them. We need a builder.
Ready for some noise?
Putting these guys in a position to make these cars better would make us better. I'm ready to ride.
But what is the voice?
What voice?
Kevin Hart's Muscle Car Crew!
You guys ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do this.
When it comes to busting myths, there's a new crew in town.
This is our job!
Join Tori,
Feels good.
Faye,
More power.
and BC
Absolutely gorgeous.
on their quest to solve motor myths or go for bust. It's Mythbusters for car lovers.
Coming out of commercials here on the live feed, just want to advise you that they are cleaning up the track after a big wheel stand, and I suspect we had an oil pan hit the ground and we lubricated the whole track. So it's going to be a little while. It's a good time to post your questions in the chat and I can address them with alacrity. Go for it. All right, I'm going to do an Alan Reinhardt right here. Watch. Do me a favor. Reach for your wallet. Is there no wallet in your hand? Well, that means you've lost it, and that means we found one in the grandstands, and you can go pick it up in the press room. Go see Tanya in the press room and get your wallet. All right, I'm done bench racing with Larry Dixon and Mike Cotton, and now I can focus on these questions. Someone has asked, can you not just run one lane while you're cleaning up? No, you cannot, because you've got people standing in the opposite lane. Even if you clear all the people off, you've still got oil down, which means if somebody has an incident and comes across into the other lane and hits that oil, his incident becomes a disaster. So no, we cannot run one lane. We did that the other day, but only after they had cleaned up all of the oil. The only thing that they did not do is then go take the time to go back in and fully prep the track, and that's why we were able to run one lane. So that is why you cannot do that. Next question, somebody asked, is 12-volt Dave racing at Drag Week? No, what's happening is that Mike Finnegan and Dave Newbern are going to be running at Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0 next week and shooting an episode of Roadkill together while they're doing it. I actually get a week off next week, which is rare. People sometimes ask, why don't you and Finnegan make Roadkills anymore? Well, we do. Out of like 130 roadkills, I think that we've done roughly 120 of them together, and we'll continue to do so. But next week, that's not the case. It's going to be Newbern and Finnegan racing the Rubber Duck supercharged Firebird with a big block Chevy in it at Rocky Mountain Race Week 2.0, which is next week. Waiting for more questions to roll on the chat room here. Thank you very much, mothers, for paying for our entire live feed so that people worldwide can watch it. We got 5,100 people going right now. Someone asked, is there a list of all of the racers and cars somewhere? Yes, there is. You go to hotrod.com, which is where you can get information and results and video. And you can also get the map to the route. But to direct your question, yes, you can get the results, which has a complete list of all the car numbers, all of the classes, all of the racers, and every ET that they have run all week long. Somebody said Freiberger is in the naturally exasperated class. Today, that's absolutely been true. It's been a tough one, but we are pulling it together. People are asking about my F-Rod. That is my 1931 Ford Model A that I built with the goal of hitting 8s naturally aspirated, and I knew that I couldn't afford to do it with a full-size car like many of these people out here, and so I put together a pretty simple pump gas 572 Chevy, stabbed it in a very lightweight car, and did manage to go 888 with it. I, however, never did have the goal of running Drag Week with the car. It's kind of not a street car. I mean, it's got headlights, and I could get license plate for it and so on, but it's not street legal currently, and I just want to use it for local drag racing. So it has never been a goal to run Drag Week with that car. Mike Finnegan asks, has Dave Schroeder run yet? Yes, he did, and it was somewhere in the 650s, so I think that he's going to pack up the car and hit the road. First day he ran 652, second day 654, and today was something like a 657 if memory serves. But they are doing very well in that car. More people asking about what I am doing about running Drag Week, and I will give you my standard excuse, which is I love so much announcing this thing, and the reason I have loved it so much is because I've done it alongside Brian Loans for so many years, and we just have a laugh riot together doing it, and it's kind of where I see Brian most often throughout the year, and I just love doing it so much that I haven't wanted to race. I really haven't had the desire. Now, if I have to continue to do it alone in the booth or without Brian in general, that may change. I have thought about it. If I was going to run Drag Week, I would probably put together the car known as the Crusher Impala. That thing is a 69 Chevy Impala that I've got a blown 496 in. Right now, it is just a street cruiser and burnout machine. It probably runs somewhere in the low 11s. Reason I would take that car is it's huge. It has a lot of trunk space. You can carry all your stuff without a trailer. And most of all, the body on it is beat. So I wouldn't worry about it at all. And I do have a big block that makes 1,500 horsepower with a blower shop supercharger on 85. And so if I stab that into that car and caged it up and beefed it up, I do have a quick performance Ford 9-inch coming for it. I could actually have some fun in that car here at Drag Week. If it ever happens, it might be that. Someone is relentlessly asking over and over and over in the chat, This is the Freiburger Naturally Exasperated guy. Where is the 67 Chrysler wagon? I have no idea what you're talking about. And so therefore I will say, I have no idea what you're talking about. Someone asks, can you tell us the story about meeting Larry Larson at Drag Week for the first time? Man, that is a memory. I've told this story in the past because I guess it's slightly comedic. Larry Larson, of course, is the guy who ran Drag Week in the early years and won 5 times in a row with that 66 Nova that was pink to begin with, and later on it was sort of dark gray or silver with a thin pink stripe. The guy who moved from a supercharged combination into a turbo combination and just won relentlessly. We did have a relationship with a little bit of friction because he didn't like me saying things on the mic like, Larry, drag your junk to the starting line. He didn't understand my lingo, where junk is a generic term for all vehicles regardless of their greatness. But where we started off our relationship was at KCIR, and we had nitrous that we were giving to the nitrous racers. Nitrous Oxide Systems has done that for years, including that very first year. And he came up to me and he's like, hey, if we're giving away free nitrous, how come we're not giving away free fuel to the guys who aren't running on nitrous? And I think I literally said to him, get over it, and walked away. So that was the beginning of our relationship. And it did go uphill from there. But that's how it all started. People requesting an explanation again of the Street Machine Eliminator class. I feel like I've gone through this a bunch, but I think we have a lot of turnover of people watching the live feed at various times. So here's another quick explanation. That class has no technical rules other than you have to be NHRA legal, meaning we're not telling you your engine displacement or your supercharger, your suspension, any of that. And every car there is racing to get a 5-day average ET that places them on a ladder for a 32-car bracket race on the last day. Today, the bump stop for that is 1099 with a 4. It's probably changing a little bit after the racing here at Indy, but that's where we walked in the door, 1099 4. So in recent years, we have seen this bracket race be all 10-second cars, but that's what it's all about. And mostly it's for the people who are out here running just for fun or for personal goals. Here's something that also has been relentless on the chat room, is people demanding a comeback of the 2019 catchword for Drag Week. I've decided I'm not going to repeat it. You can't go home again. You cannot bring back the magic. It is the word that starts with the K and ends with the wood. And I will not be using it this year. We have replaced starts with a K, ends with a wood with the nooch. Yes, the nooch is our new favorite word of Drag Week 2021. Someone's asking, when will today's route be posted? It likely is already on hotrod.com. I should check that out. They usually put it up first thing in the morning, or at least by the time the cars start to leave the track. So you can go to hotrod.com, get that information, and you can follow along and see all of these cars out on the route. As a matter of fact, you might even be able to help them. You know, come to think of it, do you say route or route? How come it's Route 66, but then it's taking a different route home? How does that work? I am still scanning questions in the chat room. It just took me a moment there to look up an answer. Somebody asked, what is the quickest ever naturally aspirated time at Drag Week? The answer to that is 7:89. That was Doc McIntyre in his red Pro Street Camaro in 2019. He also holds the quickest average ever at 8.033 for a naturally aspirated car. Someone asks, what is the cheapest class to enter where you can be competitive in Drag Week? And that would be Street Machine Eliminator. Basically, you need to build a car that will run in the 10s. And then you have to get good at reaction time. And you also have to be able to run the same number every single time. Answer meaning you have to be a good bracket racer. So there, the skill is not so much in building the car, but in driving the car. In the rest of Drag Week, your reaction time doesn't really matter. And your consistency, it matters a lot in some classes, but in others, you just need to be quicker than everybody else who's there. But Street Machine Eliminator is the catch-all class for those spending low bucks. In my text, I have a confirmation from John McGann, the editor-in-chief of Hot Rod Magazine, that the route is currently posted on hotrod.com. So if you want to follow our racers today, or if you are a racer who wants to download it or follow the Google Map version of it, you can do that at hotrod.com. Earlier, I had called out for a special 9.5-inch rear end that Joe Barry was looking for. Our racer Glenn Hunter just stepped up and loaned him the center section that he needs to get back on the road. So that situation is handled. We love seeing our racers help other racers. Glenn Hunter dialing in Joe Barry. A couple questions in the chat about rules for various classes in Drag Week, and the answer to that is, once again, hotrod.com. If you Google Hot Rod Drag Week rules, you will find the answers that you're looking for. It is very unusual for a racer at Drag Week to actually have read the rules before they show up, but it is highly advised. When you're searching for it, make sure that you look for the version that is good up through 2020. Of course, we didn't race in 2020, but we did create rules that were good for 2018, 19, and 20. And that is the current rules that we're working off of because we didn't race last year during the COVID. There are several versions of rules online, but you do want to look at that latest version. Next question, where is the day 4 location? We will be in Byron, Illinois, the track with the big nuclear plant at the end of it, which I understand has had some struggle staying open, but I think the governor just signed off so that they can stay open. That is going to be the only track this week where we are in Central Time instead of Eastern Time. So keep that in mind as we fire it up at about 8 a.m. tomorrow in Byron for racing and also for the Mother's live feed here on the MotorTrend channel YouTube. People are asking about what we're doing on track. We are cleaning up an epic oil down. It is a flashback of what happened at US 131 on Monday, which could have been called the Oil Down Nationals. I think 5 times we put oil down the full length of the track. We did it again 1 time today. Someone asked me about myself, what's the story about saying BAM all the time? Here's where that came from. In the very earliest years of the Hot Rod Garage show, Finnegan was the host, and then he and I were hosting together, and then I was the host when he moved to Georgia. And for some reason, at the end of a segment on that show, I just sort of turned a camera and went, BAM! And they used that in the end of the credits of every episode for a long, long time, and I don't even know why. I don't know who decided to do that, but that's how it became a thing. And then somebody pointed out to me that I guess I don't watch Food Network or whatever the cooking shows are. Who, Michelle, is like a meal somebody who's a cook? What is it? Emeril Lagasse apparently has BAM trademarked. I don't know how that works. Like Paris Hilton has "That's Hot" trademarked. It just makes no sense to me. And so at that point, we changed BAM to Boom. Since then, it's sort of fallen by the wayside. It's not really a catchphrase anymore. And so there's the extended and boring story about BAM and Boom. Next question, how many cars have fallen out so far? We started with 341. We're now down to 312. Okay, this is like turning into the Freiburger fan answers here. I apologize for that. I'll move out of them as soon as I answer this one. Somebody's like, where did mint come from? That's something I say all the time. Where that came from is my buddy Rick Payway, who was the editor of JP Magazine for a long time, also worked for me at Four Wheel and Off-Road Magazine, and that is his word. We would be out doing our road trips, which actually came way before roadkill, when he and I would just hit the road in some Jeep that we flew into town, fixed, and road tripped, and we would look at clapped out old Jeep flat fenders and stuff, and we'd find them in fields, and he would look at the body and look at the patina and just go, this thing is mint, showroom condition. So I kind of stole it from him. It just became something I said, and now everything is mint. Harry Haig is texting me in, tell us how you met Keith Turk. So that's been a subject of some debate. I think I answered this question recently, and Keith had to come correct me. I'll try and remember the correct version. I think we were introduced by Will Hansel when Will Hansel was a staffer at Hot Rod Magazine. We were getting into land speed racing, and Keith was running in the East Coast Timing Association and was sort of their AirSats PR guy at the time, and he had Will Hansel come out and run a car, and Will introduced me to him, and I went out to the ECTA, which was the Maxton Monster Mile in North Carolina, and I ran cars there and got in the 200 mile an hour club. And years later, I guess I hadn't talked to Keith and Tanya in a couple of years, I made a post on the very earliest days of social media showing a car that I had bought to make into my own land speed racing car. It was a 73 Camaro. And Turk calls me and is like, hey, you know what? You don't need to build that garbage. I got a Camaro sitting right here. Why don't you build an engine? I'll put the car together and we can go racing. We did that. I got into the 200 mile an hour club at the Bonneville Salt Flats at 241.015 miles an hour. And we've been racing that Camaro ever since. We have had a long hiatus, but we are back racing the El Mirage Dry Lake in Southern California with the car. And by the way, that first car that I purchased that I wanted to make into a land speed car, that Camaro is now the F-Bomb. More questions rolling about what happened to Joe Barry and will he be back. Joe Barry's 56 Chevy broke on his last pass, and he parked it at half track. Turns out he broke the center section of the rear end. He does have a new one from Glenn Hunter, so he is solved and back on the road. Oh, here's a good one, something that was discussed a long time ago when Drag Week started taking off as a thing, which is, why don't you run multiple Drag Week events or run a bunch of Drag Weekends as qualifiers, and then you can only go to Drag Week if you win one of the qualifying events or multiple qualifying events. Here's the thing. This is definitely an amateur motorsport. I do not think that people are going to travel to all corners of the country to race multiple times a year to try and qualify to show up here at Drag Week. And so that's the reason that we haven't done that, is that I just thought that is going to turn it into something that's like more pro level. It'll take the family feel away from it. It's already big enough as it is, and so that's why we have not done that. Someone asked, why are there no cars pre-1928 allowed in the hot rod class? I'm going to take your word for it that that's in there. I haven't read the rules recently, even though I did write them. And I think the reason for no pre-28 stuff is we didn't want to see super lightweight T-buckets and things like that. We wanted to keep it into the full-bodied, at least Model A type car. So that's why there's no pre-28, because T-buckets. Ooh, great question. Some people remember the 1919 Franklin, as in the year 1919, as in Franklin Motor Car Company. There was a guy with a 1919 Franklin that ran, I think, in 2018, or maybe it was even 2019. And we have a rule in the books that says you cannot run treaded tires in any class, even Street Machine Eliminator. They're like, hey, you let that guy run on standard street tires? Yes, we did. Because there's also a rule that says that the race director can make a judgment call, and he looked at the 1919 Franklin, he's like, I'm pretty sure he's not going to tear up the track with this thing. And so, yeah, we allowed that thing to run. What an awesome deal. People often say, you got to eliminate all the really slow cars at drag week. And I've got mixed emotions on that, because then you don't see stuff like, say, the wheel standing milk truck. You don't see stuff like the little VW air-cooleds. You don't see things like the 1919 Franklin, and that's so much of the character of the event. Now, I agree. I personally am not that into watching a bunch of 13-second cars go down track. And one of the things that we did to sort of sort that out is make that rule about you cannot run treaded tires, so that people couldn't just like get a Chevy Beretta that was bone stock and show up and run it down the track. He at least had to have sticky tires for it. And a lot of people just won't go that extra step. But we have seen it creeping back where there are more and more slower cars. That said, I went through the numbers earlier about how many fast cars we have here, and it's actually more than we've ever had as far as the car count on 8-second, 7-second, and 6-second cars. So the event is getting faster and faster on one end, but I admit it's getting slower and slower on the other end. Someone says it would be awesome to see Project X compete in Drag Week. Project X is the 1957 Chevy that started out in Popular Hot Rodding magazine in, I'm going to say, 1962. It was one of the most famous and long-term magazine project vehicles of all time. When Popular Hot Rodding ceased publication, the car was handed off to Hot Rod magazine, and there was a time when Mike Copeland and Chevrolet Performance, or Chevy Racing, actually restored that car, made some radical changes to it, and sent it back. They spent like $1 million making the car fantastic. And more recently, it was on the Hot Rod Garage Show, where those guys put a supercharger on an LS engine in the car and sort of returned it to its old school looks. I mean, that car went through so many different iterations over the years, and it was in the movie Hollywood Nights. And at this point, you're never going to see it at Drag Week. The company knows the legacy of the car. They know what it's worth. They don't want to see it destroyed, and you're probably just going to see it continue to be parked. A question here about how are we letting the Dodge Demon run low 10s without a roll bar? You may not be aware of the current NHRA rules that do allow unmodified later model cars run as quick as 10.0 with no roll bar. That's because those cars are arguably safer than any of the stuff that we built in the 60s with the airbags and the thicker A pillars and B pillars and rollover laws and so on. So NHRA did make that change. Now, if they do dip into the 9s, that is a question mark. Actually, it's not even a question mark. It's a no-no. But we have not seen that happen yet with the Demon that's running here this week. Earlier, I answered the question about what's the cheapest way to get into a class and be competitive at Drag Week, and the answer was Street Machine Eliminator, build a 10-second car. There's a guy saying, but it costs $80,000 for a decent 10-second car. So that doesn't make sense. Okay, here's breaking news. There's 320 cars here at Drag Week. I'm going to say there's roughly 317 that are not worth $80,000. And so I'm going to say you can build a 10-second car for $10,000. Is there a judged car show at the event? No. Are drag radials okay at Drag Week? Yes. Are Lutz and Larson and other long-timers there? No. I think our longest-term Drag Week guy who is here this week is Vince Rash. We have an interview with him coming up, a video interview with Amanda Busick. Thank you for the person on the chat who reminded me that we have those videos. We're working on getting them going so that we can do some replays while we're in oil down. Someone says, get a rental car class. Absolutely no, not happening. What is the DA at the track today? Here's how you can answer that question for yourself for eternity. You can go to airdensityonline.com. airdensityonline.com. You can pick any track in the country, and they will tell you the current weather conditions right down to the water grains and everything. With Roadkill, how long does it take from idea to finished episode? Sometimes it takes years. For example, we recently built the Hemi Gremmy, which is my own 1975 AMC Gremlin Street Freak. It is sitting looking high, looking very 70s Ed Roth style with a 426 Hemi in it. That has been an idea for at least 5 or 6 years, and we finally pulled it off this time. And 2 episodes of that are on Roadkill on the MotorTrend app as we speak, so you can check it out as we built that thing. Other things happen almost immediately. Sometimes we're sitting around a week before a shoot and going, what do you want to do? Finnegan and I will throw it around and go, let's do this. And there's more people involved in it than there have been in the earliest days, but it's still a very small crew. We don't have anybody dictating storylines to us. We just wing it as we go along. And so in those cases, we'll shoot something and it'll end up on the app 2 to 3 months later, usually about 3 months later. We're finally ahead of schedule a little bit. There was a time when we were handing in Roadkill episodes at the very, very last second, and we had like one person editing them, and they had to get it done in a week, which is just a massive amount of work. But now we are closer to professional with our production on Roadkill. Do you think Drag Week will ever make it back to the East Coast? Earlier today, I read the 33 different tracks that we have attended on Drag Week, and it does move around every single year. We end up visiting some of the same tracks over and over, Indy being an example, tied with Norwalk for 5 different Drag Week events. But it's getting more difficult to find tracks that will hold the power of these cars and can let us run in the middle of the week. Some of them have sound problems so that we can't run midweek. There's a whole list of challenges like that that has sort of cut down the number of tracks that we can attend, but we do change it up year by year. The other thing we have to consider is regionality. We did move Drag Week pretty far east one year, honestly trying to cut down on attendance because we were selling out so quickly and having so many people on the wait list. We thought, well, let's go really regional and find out if that cuts it down. It didn't. So yeah, we could run Drag Week in any part of the country and it'll probably still be nearly 400 cars at the start. We'll talk about that for the future. People have asked if we're going to be announcing the 2022 Drag Week tracks here at the end of the week. Answer to that one this time is no. You're going to want to watch hotrod.com and Hot Rod Magazine's social media for those answers. Next question, would you consider hitting 8th mile tracks? That's an interesting one, and one that Brian Loans and I have specifically bench raced. In the Deep South, there are so many 8th mile tracks that yes, we've considered doing that. I considered doing a drag week where we hit 2 8th mile tracks in one day just for an added challenge. There was also talk at one point of running a bunch of quarter-mile tracks with an 8th mile track mixed in. The big reason not to do that is, let's say you've got 1 8th mile track and 4 quarter-mile tracks. All of a sudden you do your weekly average and that number makes no sense to anybody. You can no longer say, oh yeah, I had a 7-second average. Like, well, what does that actually mean when you've got an 8th mile track thrown in the middle? And that's one of the reasons not to do it. But there still is a possibility of running an all 8th mile week. Me, that's not my preference. I like to see the quarter-mile ET in mile an hour, but I know that a lot of 8th mile stuff goes on, so it could happen eventually. Here's good news. Instead of listening to me, you can listen to interviews with Amanda Busick. She was here earlier in the week and did some video interviews on Monday that we can replay for you now. The first one here is going to be with Dave Schroeder, who is, of course, the guy leading Drag Week right now. This might feel a little bit dated because it was shot on Monday, but still it's going to be good information. We appreciate Amanda very much, and you get to stop listening to me roughly now.
We're here at the eBay Motors Powers Hot Rod Drag Week 2021. We're hanging out with Dave Schroeder, who comes to us with his new 2019 C7 and your brand new car here this weekend. I hear that you're chasing a little bit of troubles. What's the frustration so far, Dave?
Oh, no frustration. The car really, we wanted to test yesterday, and it went 60 feet quicker than I've ever gone, and it was kind of effortless. Like, we didn't know, everything was new combination of everything. And we went 101.60, so we were thrilled. Then we had a short, blew a fuse, so we had to chase that down. We did a second hit. Our 1-2 shift, our shifter didn't work, so we fixed that. So we never went down track yesterday, but we went 330 feet quicker than we've ever gone, and that was, that's probably the right way of testing anyway.
You've made one pass down the track so far here in Martin, Michigan. What do you make of the run?
The tire got upset at the top of first gear, and when the shift came, tire got really upset, and I pedaled it, and I was out of the groove, went too close to the wall, so I just had a lift.
You made your drag beat debut.
I did that time we went a 992.60, which, we were thrilled with that again.
You made your drag week debut in 2010. What prompted you to join this circus?
Yeah, back then it was a 55 Chevy, and we had gone to local cruise nights and never really driven more than 10 miles. And it was a plain Jane, back half narrowed, all steel, big block nitrous Corvette Chevy, and it ran high eights. And we thought, well, let's try this out. And we were thrilled when we actually were able to finish that week. We averaged 8-second, like an 890 average for the week, and then we were hooked. We built a bigger motor for that car, but the car was uncompetitive. I had a 66 Corvette that we found, and we threw that. It was a 598 big block Chevy with 4 stages of nitrous. We put that in the Corvette, and that car ran low 7s. So it was just, each year we changed stuff and went a little bit quicker, and then, came to this thing for this year.
Over 330 competitors are on site here this week, and what do you make of the camaraderie of Drag Week?
Oh, it was like in 2010, Glenn Hunter there. 2011, Glenn Hunter. We were out. We lost a lifter. Of course, we didn't bring spare lifters. He had some, wrong ones, but he was going to give us his lifters. We'd never met him before, and you meet people like that all week. Everyone, they want to beat their competitor at the track, but on the street, everyone's like, "What can we? Our parts or your parts?" And it's made tons of friends that you see outside of Drag Week through this event, and it's a great event.
Well, as we said, you're making your debut week here in the C7 Corvette. What would be a successful week for you?
Finishing. Yeah, if you're not here Friday, and we've driven this a total of about 5 miles on the street. So the motor's got about 4,000 miles on it, like the basic motor. We've got a lot of new stuff here that hopefully works on the street and survives.
Have you anticipated what people on the street might think of your C7 Corvette going down the road?
Well, I think if it were parked in a parking lot beside other Corvettes with the hood on, you might walk right by it. It's got the stock headlights, and there's a little intake sticking out of the hood slightly, and it's got some bigger back tires. But it's I don't know. With the trailer on back, it's kind of screaming out loud. But
best of luck this week.
Thanks.
And there you go, the first of our pit video interviews that we've got from Amanda Busick, who I have here in the tower. What's happening, Amanda?
Oh, I love that interview with Dave. I find him super enjoyable. It's one of those, it's my first drag week, so being able to get out in the pits and meet people, and with Dave leading things, it's an easy story to keep chasing. But I saw him right before I headed to the tower. to chat with you today, and they were preparing to load up and get on the road. But I hope even from that interview, people can see that I understand why he was in Martin until 8:30 at night. He's just so enjoyable to talk to.
Well, they're very chill. They don't take a urgency to their program with the car when they're leaving each day, for sure. I know that for you, one of the greatest things about this is sort of the emotional part of it and like the intrigue of what people are going through. You're telling me some good stories about that. What have you run into in the pits?
Yeah, so one of the ones that I've really enjoyed, and I made a post about it earlier today, but crossing paths with Pepsi Joe. And I know people have seen that 59 Bug, the gasser, that I think is just as adorable as he is, because he just walks around with this smile and holds his Pepsi cup. But Joe is from St. Louis, and from the encouragement of his wife, decided to enter into Drag Week this year. He was not selected. However, he did drive up to Martin, Michigan anyhow on the wait list, determined to get in. Joe is not only racing for time here this week, he's racing against time. Joe has Parkinson's disease, so with no cure known for Parkinson's disease, we do know what could be possible with this ugly disease that takes away people's motor skills. It can lead to cognitive deficiencies later in the progression of the disease. So for Joe to be out here, smile on his face. I was talking to the girls that registered him. Betsy Bennett was telling me that she tried to take the iPad from him to help register. He's like, no, I got this. I'm not going to let this disease take any of this away from me. What I love, though, he's also doing this with another group. You guys might remember that 32 Ford Hot Rod that's going down the track. It's piloted by a guy named Kevin Jackson. He's wanted to do Drag Week for 9 years. He made it in the show, so they're all doing this together. They will make one run as a group in the mornings. They'll all load up and hit the road as Joe's medication will wane through the day.
I see.
They have to, but that's been the promise. They're all doing this together, and I think making a lot of memories along the way.
Wow, that is definitely one of the more amazing stories of like overcoming personal challenges here.
Yeah, no, and you get to see, I know that's, for me, that's getting the lay of the land and seeing the spirit of Drag Week, as you guys call it. That, to me, to see someone in such a battle in his own personal life to come out here and kind of forget it for maybe a couple days is wonderful to see.
Yeah, super awesome. Anything else that stands out for you?
You know, I talked to the guy with the Volvo.
Oh, great. Michael Borgren.
I talked to Michael Borgren, apparently a friend of Johnny Lindbergh.
They're all from Sweden. They're all friends,
I
right?
asked him, I was like, I guess you guys just all hang out. But no, friends with Johnny Lindbergh. I'm sure you would know this, but found out this is his third year racing that Volvo with Drag Week. Mm-hmm. His intentions are to get that Volvo in the sixes. Back in Martin, he ran traction control down the track today, but he is optimistically excited for Byron, but he's really, really wanting to get back to Martin, Michigan. He thought the track prep was amazing, looked really good, and that's where he thinks he's going to lay down the 6-second run.
He said the same thing to me, and are all looking forward to it. Because Joe Barry struggled so much yesterday and again today, the Volvo moved up to number 3rd quickest car overall in Drag Week. And so I think everybody is looking at that car. I've had a bunch of texts from people going, that's my favorite car there. It's so amazing. And it's just because it looks so innocent.
When I was in the impound area, that's exactly all the car that everyone was looking at, including the other guys in the Unlimited class and the Ultimate Iron. I was talking to Bryant Goldstone about his journey here yesterday. And I thought this was a hilarious story. It was raining, so they had to roll the windows up. Well, everything became foggy. So he took a DeWalt fan and blew heat from the transmission in the car to defog his ride on the way here.
Genius. Genius.
Said he's never used it before, and here
I've
we go.
never seen that. That's life-altering for me, actually. That's one of the things that I don't like about old cars. For some reason, they always fog like that, especially this stuff and in the rain. That's brilliant.
Well, I do hear cars, but I look forward to telling more stories. And David, thank you guys for having me here this week. It's been a treat to watch people's faces, and I can tell you, and my own especially, there is a little tiredness in the competitors' eyes as we move through this week, but fun nonetheless.
I've slept through 4 hours a night and I complain about it, but man, those people, it's far worse.
It's worth it, though. We get to wake up and see it, so enjoy.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Appreciate it. Amanda Busick there, you know her from all kinds of motorsports reporting, but I suspect you know her most from NHRA on Fox, so look for her there. And you can follow you on Instagram as well, at Amanda Busick.
Amanda Busick, yeah.
Yep, B-U-S-I-C-K.
That's right, music with a B and a K.
There you go. I didn't know that one. All right. Thanks. We're going back to action here at Drag Week. If I can find my CompuLink button here. Jerry Kratz on the left-hand side in that 64 Falcon delivery that has been here 3 or 4 years, progressing as he goes, making it quicker and quicker. He's now got a roll cage in the thing. He broke something earlier in the week. I can't remember what, but they obviously overcame that and got back. Mike Malone on the right-hand side in that white Fox body Mustang that my announcer screen is telling me is a turquoise 65 Ford Fairlane. I am astute enough to actually realize that's untrue. The little panel truck used to have a severe wheel hop problem. It doesn't seem to anymore, although the 60-foot time is a leisurely 2.556. In the right-hand lane, Malone goes down with a disappointing 1081 at 95 miles an hour, obviously coasting with a difficulty. The panel truck, 1464 at 92 miles an hour. Aaron Schumacher in the 86 Chevy. And Neil Torbett in the right-hand side with a 65 F100 that looks very similar to the other 64 F100 that we've got racing here. You can see on the live feed inside his car, so he's looking around figuring out what to do here. This is one of the cool things about watching the live feed is you do get up close and personal on the starting line. As a matter of fact, if you're in the grandstands, there's no reason that you can't whip out your phone, go to YouTube, go to the MotorTrend channel, and start streaming it. You'll see that there's a little bit of a delay, but you'll get to see some things that you don't see otherwise. Thank you very much to Mothers for supporting the live feed. We have a racer in need. Car number 327M, like Mary, is Jody looking for an electric intercooler water pump. They say it's the type of pump that's used on a CTS-V or a Cobra Mustang. They need to pump some water through their intercooler, so please see car 327M or come here to the tower and we can connect you with the right person. Looking on the live feed, we can see that there's a number of cars waiting in line. Lots more to see coming up in the third session at Drag Week 2021, which is powered by eBay Motors and presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. Dukopolsky back in the left-hand lane in his 66 Chevelle, and Kevin Gibbs with his Pro Street Chevelle on the right-hand side. Gibbs is currently at the bottom of the ladder in Pro Street because he had to take a 22nd time on the first day, and he ran 11:26 on the second day. Dukopolsky is going to be in the Street Machine Eliminator category where he's been running in the mid-10s. the 66 delivers on that mid-10 with a 1076 at 126 miles an hour. The Pro Street Car gets his best pass of the week thus far. He runs 1070 at 119. Dustin Trance on the right-hand side is the racer who is struggling for an 8.50 time slip in his battle against Rick Steinke for domination of street race small block power adder. In the other side, TJ Limbaugh's got the 78 Fairmont wagon. 8:48 for Trance, too quick. He's got to slow that down and come back with an 8:50 slip. On the left-hand side, 12:37 at 104 miles an hour. And Neil Torbett finally gets it together to go down the track in his 65 F100. He goes 665 to the 8th mile, and his ET 1053 at 122 miles an hour. Keep your eye peeled on Scott Miller on the left-hand side. Big FE power in that thing. The Cougar, a past winner in street race big block naturally aspirated. Currently he's down at like the number 7 spot. He's run 990 and 980 with the car, the naturally aspirated Ford FE. This time, 932.5 at 143 miles an hour, his best pass of the week so far. The right-hand side, Michael Gillette, goes 1178 at 113 miles an hour. Richard Trunk on the left-hand side has a wicked small block 2-inch turbo duster that went 8:15 yesterday to put his class on notice, and today 8:48 at 132, slowing down, but still on top of Super Street Big Block Power Adder. The right-hand side, Bob Hess with the purple 82 Ford Mustang. That Bob Hess entry has actually got a Gen 3 Hemi under the hood. We see all kinds of Fox body Mustangs show up with all sorts of different engines other than small block Fords, and that one has got a turbo Gen 3 Hemi that just went 836 at 168 miles an hour. Ross McCracken leaving the starting line right now against Jim Weiser on the other side in the white Monte Carlo. The pickup truck goes down at 12:001 at 112 miles an hour. Jim Weiser in the Monte Carlo, 1082, coasting to 98 miles an hour. A couple of Street Machine Eliminator cars. Nick Norris on the left-hand side in the 09 Dodge Charger. David Hart in the 69 Plymouth Satellite. I really appreciate these days that you can go ahead and openly call your car a Satellite instead of being shamed that it's not a Roadrunner. Stuff has changed so much. In the 80s, you couldn't have a Satellite. You had to have the Roadrunner. You couldn't have the 383. You had to have the 440. These days, all of the cars are appreciated, and it's much more wide open. David Hart in the Satellite is going to go 13:03 at 105 miles an hour. Nick Norris on the left-hand side in the 2009 Dodge Charger, 13:27 at 103. Honk If Parts Fall Off is back. Rick Steinke in the four-door Chevelle going to hunt again for 8.500. I think this is his third run of the day, and likely not the last. Stephen Calloway in the silver Mustang in the left-hand side. There goes Stanky to the 8th mile, 5:44, 129, 8.506 at 151.70. Now the question mark is, will he let it lay, or is he going to hot lap the thing, pack the chute, get back here, and do it again to get that 8.500? Callaway on the left-hand side goes 11:46 at 124 miles an hour. Jesse Harris is back in his diesel-powered pickup truck, the 80 Chevy C10 that carried a radical wheel stand last time and probably cut down ETs, so he's back to do better. Mike Reichen, same story on the right-hand side. He is running Super Street small block power adder, looking for an 8.50 number. He's been creeping up each day, each of 2 days that we've run, getting better and better in that car. Reichen is number 3 in class right now. He's run 869 and 854. I believe he improved that earlier today. Looking to go again. What we're waiting on right now is that Callaway and that silver Mustang tried to get into the sand pit at the big end, and we're just taking care of his car right now, getting him out of the sand or off the big end before we can run the next pair. While we're doing that, I would advise you in the pits that the lanes are going to close at 2. Lanes closing at 2. We have many cars that have run multiple rounds at this point, despite the delay that we had earlier. So we are going to close lanes at 2 and run them out. Known by enthusiasts worldwide for their premium car polishes, waxes, and cleaners, Mother's Polish offers a broad array of quality products under its various lines like Ultimate Hybrid, CMX, California Gold, Powerball, Back to Black, Speed, and Professional. Stop by your favorite automotive retailer today and stock up on the latest Mother's car care products, including their cutting-edge Super Hydrophobic Ultimate Hybrid and CMX ceramic product lines. Whether it's your daily driver, hot rod, roadster, or classic muscle car, remember, there's no shine like Mother's. Racers, don't forget to hand in your ET slips in the press room, second floor of the tower. Also, if you're planning on leaving, don't forget that you can pick up Rocket brand racing fuel here at the track. Here's what's available. They've got 100 octane unleaded. As far as leaded fuels, you can get 110, 112, 114, and 118. They also do have E85. It is their 112 octane racing E85. They also have methanol. The distributor is G&G Oil out of Muncie, Indiana, and they're going to be here. They will dump the gasoline either into your car directly or into your container. You cannot buy pails to take with you, but Rocket Brand is here for you as they have been since 2005. And take two on Jesse Harris in the diesel pickup truck and Mike Riken in the Camaro. Jesse Harris is just trying to keep the wheel stands down. Mike Riken's trying to run an 850. For our sake, let's hope for a wheel stand and we get a little small one out of it. The truck goes 1344 to 60 feet. Riken goes down with an 8.596 at 161 miles an hour, and the diesel pickup truck goes 1033 at 120.38. Here comes Daryl Yost again. The street race big block power adder car that is trying so hard to get out of second place in class and into first. He's trying to bump out Randy Bellahar, who, come to think of it, I don't recall seeing yet today. That's a little bit of a concern, but Yost is still trying to put down a number so that if Randy comes up and lays something down himself, Yost has got a Pro Charger big block in this car. He's also got a squirt of nitrous on it. He's also slowing down to a 951 148. Todd Kleeman on the left-hand side of the S10 pickup truck and goes 1168 112. Here comes Bryant Goldstone. And Chris Vanderwalker in the Charger. Let's just face the reality that no one's paying attention to the Charger right now. This is all about Bryant Goldstone, our second quickest car of the entire meet. He has been struggling, but we do know that it is 6-second capable. He did not do that on his first pass. He's here trying it out again. Goldstone 73 Javelin with big block Chevy twin turbo power. A past Ultimate Iron winner, now running in Unlimited. And we're backing him out just to reset the tree. Goldstone off with a 113 60 foot, 8th mile, 445 at 166 miles an hour, and there you go. 678 with a 5 at 208 miles an hour. 678 with a 5. Goldstone's quickest time in the history of his drag week competition in that car was from 2016. He ran 6.749, so he still has not bested that, but he has recovered from yesterday's downturn and run quicker than his 679 that he saw on day one in Michigan. Bryant Goldstone probably happy with that pass, packing it up and heading on to Byron, Illinois. Chris Thompson is back in his Ritter-blocked small block Mopar turbo entry, the 68 Dart. From all the way in California. Daniel Weidenhammer takes on the Mustang, chased by the Dart that runs a 134 60-foot time. The Dart is 572 to the 8th, 122 miles an hour, and finally goes 894 at 152.57. Just to confirm, that was the very first 8-second pass for Chris Thompson in that Dart. I was looking up the data. He went 971 and then 918, and that was his first 8. Staging lanes are now closed. It is after 2 o'clock. It is 2:03. Staging lanes are closed, and we will run them out before everybody heads up and heads out to Byron, Illinois. Some cars here are still getting their very first pass. That does not include Joseph Ocone in the left-hand side with the 426 cubic inch Gen 3 Hemi under the hood of his 72 Dart. And the Dart, 655 to the 8th. 1042, 126 miles an hour. Dwayne Kaiser on the right-hand side, 1322 at 106. One of the coolest looking cars of the event, in my opinion, is the tubbed Pro Street 63 Dart of Terry Kiefer. This thing has got a 440, stroker 440 under the hood with a couple of turbos on it, blowing through a carburetor. He's been making about one pass a day. He had trouble with it yesterday, blowing some smoke out of it, and ran a couple of numbers. 11:05 day 1, 10:18 day 2. Right now, he's getting no ET. He actually rolled the beams before the tree was activated, which we see frighteningly often here at Drag Week. We're going to find out, you know what, lanes are closed. That is going to be a tough move for the 63 Dodge. If he didn't get a run earlier in the day, that is going to take him down hard. He'll get a 22nd ET. John Baker is in the 63 Galaxy. Brian Gebhardt in the, it says 65 Valiant on the screen. I happen to know that is a 62 Valiant. The Valiant ran 10:37 at 126 miles an hour, and the Galaxy 11:35 at 119. Here we go again for Lonnie Tibbs on the right-hand side. He ran his first 7 during drag week just earlier today, but apparently that wasn't good enough. He's going to come out and go quicker. Correcting myself, it was not his first 7 earlier today. He ran 8:07 day 1 in Martin. He did run 7:84 yesterday in Norwalk. With a 1.27 60 foot, a 5:08 141 eighth, and there you go, 783 with a 5 at 179 miles an hour. In the left-hand side, Matt Lang goes 10:10 at 125. We're being sent messages that are not arriving. We've got some shoe polish on the back window and on the roof of these 2 cars. People sending us messages about information we need to know, and we cannot see it from here. We're not looking at the back of the cars on the live feed. Trent Walsh on the right-hand side gets out first with the 85 Mustang. Nathaniel Mahoy is on the left-hand side in the Monza. The right-hand lane Mustang runs 11:86 at 119 miles an hour. 13:82 at 101 for the Monza. It looks like we have roughly 10 cars left in lanes. Lanes are closed, by the way. Billy Gebhardt in the right-hand lane with the new black naturally aspirated Plymouth Duster. Rodriguez on the left-hand side in the 89 Chevy Camaro. Gebhardt, 10:49 at 130 miles an hour, and Rodriguez, 10:78, 127.93. Holden Kramer's up here with his wagon. Jeff Dugopolsky is back with his 66 Chevelle. It looks like one of the last runs you're going to see here is Alex Taylor, so stay tuned. She ran 8s earlier in the day. They're going to be back for a 7-second run. This pair, Dugopolsky gets out first. The big Chevelle goes 6:65 to the 8th mile and 10:50 at 126. The Malibu in the left-hand lane goes 10:79, also at 126 miles an hour. Here's a side-by-side pairing we've seen a few times. The yellow Chevelle of David Gallimore and Mike McGardis in the AMC. Chevelle, 11:06 1:16, and one of the quicker passes for the small block Hornet 1314 at 102.9, and here comes Alex Taylor. This 55 Chevy, day 1, 769 at 185 miles an hour. Day 2, 779 at 185 miles an hour. Day 3, 8s earlier in the day when they did not get it locked down to the track. This is their last opportunity today to get another 7-second number. Five 60-foot, 5-0 to the 8th, 772 at 183 miles an hour at the big end. So that's not going to be the best number of the week, but very solid based on what they've seen so far. That's going to make them happy so they can leave Indy feeling good as they head to Byron, Illinois. Dustin Trance here on the right-hand side. This is his last opportunity to try to put down an 850 to run even stronger than Rick Steinke. The street race small block power outer class, always the most competitive, and it's down to these two cars thus far in the class. And the last car that's going to run today will be Steinke. So stay tuned. You can compare this pass right now with Trance running 1:2:44 out the 60-foot. He went too quick on his last pass. And this time, he's going to get an 8:53 with a 6 at 158 miles an hour. So that's a time slip he can hand in, but it's not as quick as he wants to be. We got this pair, and then we got honk if parts fall off. In the 80 Pontiac Firebird. And he goes 891.9 at 141 miles an hour. The right-hand lane went 1093 at 127. I had promised a final pass from Rick Steinke, but he ended up seeing what Dustin Trance ran, and he realized he had a solid number, and he has pushed back. So that is it, a wrap on day 3 of Hot Rod Drag Week 2021, which is powered by eBay Motors, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives, and this live feed is courtesy of Mother's Polishes. We're all going to pack up and hit the road, and we will see you tomorrow morning from Byron, Illinois. That's an out and a bam for Drag Week Day 3.